We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General in General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Paddy's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it, and that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes. And we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one group, one agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, and I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that group alone, you are talking about over 5,000 kilograms of narcotics that would have poured into our country. And you'll see the type of damage that just a little bit of fentanyl can do to our children. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilos. Yes, that is a national security crisis, but the good news is the men and women of law enforcement, in conjunction with the brave warriors that we have in Congress, who have the courage to stand up and fight for their representatives and fight for their constituencies, are leading the funding and legislation we need to make sure we get this mission done. This is not going to be a short-lived process. Certainly at the FBI, it is something we wake up to every single day and go to bed at every single night. And the thought is singular. What is the best way we can safeguard our citizenry? What are we doing worse? What are we doing better? And what's in between? And when we have those answers for you, you see them delivered in the halls of justice in the courts across this country. And that's the great work that is the tip of the spear. But there is so much work behind it from state and local authorities. We are getting after it, not just where the media normally covers. And I want to highlight the following. The violent crime that plagues our country is also plaguing those on tribal lands. And we are not going to treat them any differently. They all live in the same America that we live in. And they face the same crises that we face. So we will work with our state and local partners on all matters that are affecting tribal lands and Indian reservations to make sure their children are no longer trafficked, to make sure their women are no longer raped and go missing. This mission must be 24/7, 365 from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. But beyond that, we must go extraterritorially, like I've just told you about. We must go down to the furthest reaches of the planet to make sure that we bring you the justice that you have voted for in this new administration. And we will, and this is my promise to you as the director of the FBI for as long as I'm in this seat, we will never, ever stop fighting violent crime. That is the priority of the FBI along with national security, and we will put every resource and every manning that we have on that mission. And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartels foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your backs. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Hi, everybody. How we doing? So let me welcome you to the Department of Justice and our great hall. We're thrilled that you're here with us today. This is an incredibly historic day for our department and for everybody in this room, because I know you guys are not here to see me. I know who you're here to see. And it's because for the first time, President Trump is going to come here and speak at the Department of Justice in our great hall, and it's a great day. I want to thank we have a ton of special guests here today, and Attorney General Bondi is going to thank you as well. But thank you all for being here. There's law enforcement, our state and local partners, states attorneys generals, folks from the Hill, and we really, really appreciate you taking time to come and hear President Trump speak shortly. Director Patel's great, isn't he? So like was just announced from above, my name's Todd Blanche, and I'm the Deputy Attorney General. I will tell you that I love this department. our mission, keeping our borders safe, keeping our cities safe, our rural communities safe, that's a great job. That's our mission, and we're executing, as Director Patel just said, on that mission right now. Some of you may know me because I represented President Trump over the past couple of years. Enough has been said about what happened to him over the past 4 years. But I was right next to him. I stood next to him making that very stern, mean face that you saw. On multiple occasions, I met with him on multiple occasions, and I will tell you, the media attacks, the partisan prosecutors, the complete and utter lawfare, the assassination attempts that happened on more than one occasion against his life, through all those things, through all that time, he was a complete inspiration to me personally. He just stayed completely resolved, as you've heard and seen on multiple occasions over the past year. He never wavered. He was resolved to keep fighting on behalf of the American people, and that's the inspiration that I felt from him for the past several years, and it's the inspiration that drives me every single day. In a little while, you're going to hear from our great Attorney General, and she's going to also share some words about the vision and what we're going to do to make America safe again. I've been here 7 days. So I'm going to tell you a little bit of what I've learned in that time, of what we've already done since January 20th. 53 days ago, the President made the American people a promise. He promised that under his watch, safety will be restored, violent criminals and illegal aliens will be brought to justice, and the partisan weaponization of the Justice Department will end. We have a lot of work to do to keep that promise to the country, but let me tell you a bit about what we've already done. The President promised to the American people to eliminate the cartels that have been flooding our country with drugs and violent criminals. We responded, as Director Patel just said a few minutes ago, by working with the President's team to secure custody of 29 cartel leaders from Mexico. These defendants were responsible for horrific crimes, including murders, drug trafficking, money laundering, and we brought them to the United States, where they will face justice. Now, among the criminals that we brought back from Mexico was RCQ, Rafael Caro Quintero. He led a vicious cartel and was responsible for the torture and murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena in 1985, 40 years ago. Now, the United States chased that man. Law enforcement from every agency chased that man for 40 years, and we got him. I was really happy and satisfied to learn just the other day that Special Agent Camarena's handcuffs, they were saved by his son, who is now a judge in California, were used on RCQ at his presentment in United States District Court. We are not stopping at the 29 folks that we already brought here. We will continue to hunt down cartel members throughout America, Mexico, South America, and everywhere in the world. Last month, President Trump designated MS-13 and TDA and other cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. These designations are important to the Department of Justice. They allow us to charge members of the cartels and their affiliates with terrorism charges because they are terrorists. This designation reflects the damage that they have done to our communities everywhere in this country. They're, of course, not only harming our country and the people through more than just drug trafficking, but also all kinds of other illegal activities. And so the people that support him, both in the United States and abroad, will be targeted by us. The president promised to crack down on illegal immigration, and that has been a major problem in this country for a very long time. Since January 20th, just a couple months ago, DOJ prosecutors in our border districts have filed criminal cases against over 6,600 illegal aliens. That's worth clapping. In Arizona alone, we've charged over 3,000 illegal aliens in just the past 2 months. Illegal immigration has resulted in the death of countless American citizens. Take the case of Wake County Sheriff Deputy Ned Byrd. On August 11, 2022, he was murdered at the hands of 2 illegal aliens. Now, they were brothers, the Sotelo brothers, and they were arrested, but one of them escaped prison and fled to Mexico. He remained in Mexico for over 2 years. Then President Trump took office. The Justice Department and our law enforcement worked tirelessly, and he was brought back to the United States where he will face justice. We are also setting up task forces with our Homeland Security partners. These task forces include the FBI, DEA, prosecutors, our state and local prosecution offices and law enforcement support, some of which are here today. And their mission is clear and critical, is to aggressively enforce immigration laws and ruthlessly pursue members of transnational criminal organizations. Director Patel mentioned one, and it's worth mentioning again. It's right across the river in the Eastern District of Virginia. It's the first task force that we set up, and they've already arrested over 220 gang members, and we are pursuing hundreds more just with that one task force. Now, President Trump also promised that we will always support our courageous law enforcement officers. They are on the front lines in the fight against crime and in the fight against illegal immigration, and we will have their backs. In an executive order, the president directed us to seek the death penalty where appropriate for anyone who murders a law enforcement officer. 2 months ago, U.S. Border Patrol agent David Christopher Mayland was tragically murdered in Vermont. Last month, a federal grand jury indicted Teresa Youngblood for the shooting of Agent Mayland. We are strongly considering seeking the death penalty in that case. The president promised that under his watch, we will no longer stand by while universities tolerate and facilitate anti-Semitism and support of terrorism on their campuses. The department's recent actions, which hopefully you've seen at Columbia University in coordination with our law enforcement agency partners, are part of the administration's mission to end anti-Semitism in this country. Just last night, we worked with the Department of Homeland Security to execute search warrants from an investigation into Columbia University for harboring and concealing illegal aliens on its campus. That investigation is ongoing, and we are also looking at whether Columbia's handling of earlier incidents violated civil rights laws and included terrorism crimes. This is long overdue. let me be clear. Hamas is a terrorist organization. It has the blood of American citizens on its hands, innocent victims, many of whom are citizens of this country, have died because of Hamas's actions. Any person engaging in material support of terrorism will be prosecuted. This includes those who threaten acts of violence on behalf of Hamas in the United States or even pay Hamas in the United States. The President also promised an end to the weaponization of government. Our weaponization inquiries are ongoing. They include matters relating to J6, improper prosecutions under the FACE Act, and the case against Colorado elections clerk Tina Peters. Under General Bondi's watch, the weaponization has stopped, period. The department's focus is now squarely on our core mission, keeping the American people safe. That was a brief overview, and as you can tell, we have been very busy doing a lot of work in this department since January 20th. And that would not have been possible with everybody in this room. Without everybody in this room. One thing has become clear to me as I've met with the men and women of the Justice Department just over the past week, and that's that we are blessed to have extraordinary law enforcement officers, prosecutors, civil lawyers, hardworking staff working every day to execute on our mission, and I thank them for that. They've made me feel welcome, and I can't wait to work with them for the next 4 years. So, this is just the beginning. It's March. We have a lot of work to do and plenty of time to do it. I will tell you, under Attorney General Bondi's leadership, we will work tirelessly to restore law and order to our great nation. We will back the blue. And I couldn't agree more with what Cash said a few minutes ago, that we are going to go after violent criminals and illegal aliens throughout our nation. I'm gonna stop talking now, and there's gonna be a brief break before you hear from the main event, Attorney General Bondi and the President of the United States. But just, I just want to thank, again, all of you folks for being here today. I want to thank President Trump for visiting us today on what is a truly historic day. And most of all, I want to thank all of you for being here. And we got a lot of work to do, and we're ready to do it. Thank you very much.
Your touch alone, lonely time, and time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much. All you still more. I need your love. I need your love. God, speed your love to me. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Yeah. Lonely riverside, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me.
especially that we want you to come to know and love. A great hymn of adoration. It's a Swedish hymn written in 1886. How Great Thou Art. Here in Melbourne, we have two crusade choirs. The ones you see on the platform this afternoon and down here have the red identification badge on, and we have a green choir which will be here tomorrow. We had over 1,400 of them registered. And we know that you'll enjoy their ministry and song, and just now we're going to ask them to come, Mr. Shea to come and the choir to join him in singing, How Great Thou Art.
When I in awesome wonder consider all the worlds thy hands have made, I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy power throughout the universe displayed. Then sings my soul.
I've heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her
President Trump has prioritized tackling our nation's fentanyl crisis, and he has taken decisive action to fight it. I want to thank our U.S. attorneys who are here today, our state attorneys general from all around the country. I see all my friends out there, my colleagues, who will work to prosecute violent criminals, get the drugs off our streets, get the gangs off our streets, and get the illegal aliens out of our country. And thank you to all of our federal, state, and local law enforcement officers who are here today who keep us safe every day and night. Thank you to all of you. Today we have with us one of the most effective drug-seizing teams in the entire country. I said I wish I told them earlier, take them and put them in every major city in the country. Since January, they have saved millions of lives taking drugs and illegal weapons off the streets of Boston. And Todd, they asked us for more U.S. attorneys. I told them we're on it. Could you all please stand? This is Boston's DEA strike team. Thank you all. Thank you. We also have two angel moms here today. Anne lost her son. He was 15. He thought he was taking a Percocet at school, and it was laced with fentanyl. And he was beautiful. And I'm so sorry. But all of these people in this room, thanks to the directive of Donald Trump, are going to keep our streets safe and protect our kids. Thank you for being here. And Tammy's beautiful daughter, Kayla, was murdered violently by an illegal alien from El Salvador who should not have been in our country. And thanks to Donald Trump, they will all be deported very soon, thanks to his work, Homeland Security, and I say the unsung hero, Stephen Miller. On stage, we have, this is 180 kilograms, it represents, not real, of fentanyl, okay? So this represents 1 kilo of fentanyl. In its pure form, this 1 kilo can kill 500,000 people. The 180 there, in pure form, could kill 90 million people. That is the population of California, Texas, and Florida. That's what we're dealing with in our country. That's why angel moms go around the country. That's why Donald Trump has taken such a hard stance against cartels, securing our borders, getting these gangs and drugs out of our country. But look at that. That can kill 3 states in its pure form. That should terrify everyone. I see our senators made it. Did our senators? Thank you. However, taking the drugs off the streets is only half the battle. President Trump has secured our borders and will continue to fight the cartels throughout this country, deport them all, or lock them up for the rest of their lives, thanks to our prosecutors around this country where they belong. Under the last administration, cartels, criminals, they freely walked in and out of our country with impunity. No longer. Under Donald Trump, they live in fear, and they better live in fear because we're coming after all of them. I am so proud to have a team with Emil and Todd and all of our great team. And we all work for the greatest president in the history of our country. We are so proud to work at the directive of Donald Trump. It is, He will never stop fighting for us, and we will never stop fighting for him and for our country. It is an honor to welcome to the Department of Justice the 45th and the 47th President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pam, very much. What a job you're doing. And it's a true honor to be with you today. This is a storied hall, if there ever was one. And based on the crowd, I think we broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals, and we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And you're the people that are doing it. I'm very, very proud of all of you. Under the Trump administration, the DOJ and the FBI will once again become the premier crime-fighting agencies on the face of the earth. People ask me, what am I going to do about law enforcement all the time? The fake news back there, they're asking me that all the time. What am I going to do? And when are you going to do it? And I answer them by saying I've already done most of it by appointing the people that I've appointed. They're sitting right here. They've done most of it. I don't do it, they do it. Right, Pam? I think, oh, you are so tough, they just don't know yet. Let me begin by congratulating the incredible people who will lead these historic reforms. And we start with somebody that you just saw, Pam Bondi. She's extraordinary, and I've known her very well for a long time. I watched her for a long time in Florida, for years in Florida, and highly experienced. She seems so young, but she's highly experienced, that I can tell you. She was a phenomenal attorney general in Florida, and she's going to do a really amazing job. Also, our new director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Kash, right. A man that I'm very proud of. I've known him and Emil for a long time under tremendous pressure. I saw these guys under some of the most corrupt judges it's not even imaginable how corrupt they were. And these guys never wilted. They were not shy. They fought. They weren't afraid, and they were brilliant. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Principal Associate Deputy Attorney Emil Beauvais. And thank you both very much. Right. Great people. They're great people. The Chief of Staff, who's so highly respected, Chad Mizell. Thank you, Chad. Chad? Thank you, Chad. Our next administrator of the DEA, Terry Cole. Terry? Thank you, Terry. Good luck. Going to do great. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Boy, I've been watching him on television last couple of weeks. He is really a tough one, and he's a great one. Leo Terrell, you watch how good he's going to be. He's going to be so good. Thank you, Leo. Great guy. Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, who's got an incredible reputation. She'll do very, very well. Gail Slater. Thank you, Gail. Good luck. Great job. And we're joined by many, many great friends and terrific friends, and I won't be able to, too many to name, but some that I just see very quickly. General Flynn, thank you for being here. Here's a man who went through hell, by the way, and he shouldn't have. He's a patriot. He went through hell. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Chuck Grassley and House Majority Whip. Hi, where's Chuck? Hi, Chuck. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Tom, great job you're doing. Representative Guy Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think. And State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody who was with us early on, and she's really become a big star and very popular, Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna. Thank you very much. Steve Marshall, Alan Wilson, James Othermeyer, Chris Carr, Dave Sunday, Marty Jackley, as well as White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. What a man Stephen is. Become a big star. Right, Emil? Steve Miller. Steve has been something very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women of the DOJ brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash and all of the people I introduced and far more, big numbers, and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected, and I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve, a lot of problems to solve. But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier, and I believe that's going to happen. I'm so proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said, as an example, that Hunter Biden's laptop from hell came from Russia when they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the President of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others, but these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. And that's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. They ripped, what they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts of records. They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They really did, record numbers. I would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really after the Catholics, so I don't know. They were after a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over, and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back. So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people thought possible. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts, 2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we won it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist. Red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communist, but it didn't work out that way. The American people have given us a mandate and really a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country. And that's why on day one, I signed an executive order banning all government censorship and directing the removal of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore, let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they found with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and therefore, he's let him go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam, I think, than that. That was not, I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing, there was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said, that's going to be, and you know what? A year later, they said, that actually saved the administration because the level of corrupt things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact, really bad things. He was a terrible person, did terrible things and persecuted people, and all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new DOJ task force and anti-Christian bias. And under Director Patel, we're getting the FBI agents out of the headquarters in Washington, D.C., and back on the streets in pursuit of dangerous criminals where they belong and where they want to be. And, you know, you have that big FBI building, and it's a very big building, and they were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it. Not going to let that happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is, which would have been the right place because the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. You can't that's one thing I did learn from this persecution. The FBI and the DOJ work together. Now, in my case, they work together for bad purposes, but they do. They were always together. So how can you have one that's 3 hours away? But one thing I said to Cash, well, we're going to get a great building built. It's going to be a magnificent building. He said, sir, we don't need that kind of room. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just going to take a old Department of Commerce building that's about 25% the size, and that's what I need. We're going to have the best staff that you've ever seen, and that's what I need. It's in a nice location, but I don't need that big building. Why don't you just sell the site to somebody, and we're going to be very happy. And they want to have far fewer people, but we also want to have them in D.C., and if for no other reason, we like having law enforcement walking the streets of our capital, because when the bad guys are out there and they see there's an FBI agent, that's the ultimate in law enforcement, and they're not going to be acting so bad. We're cleaning up our city. We're cleaning up this great capital, and we're not going to have crime, and we're not going to stand for crime, and we're going to take the graffiti down, and we're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration, and if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the administration is going to be able. So far, they've been doing very well. The mayor's been doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite the State Department. They have to come down, and they took them down right away. And so far, so good. But we want to have a capital that can be the talk of the world. When Prime Minister Modi of India, when the President of France, and all of these people, the head of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, they all came to see me over the last week and a half. And when they come in, I had the route run. I didn't want to have them see tents. I didn't want to have them see graffiti. I didn't want to have them see broken barriers and potholes in the roads, and we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city. And we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was, and it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place with these violent, vicious lawyers that we have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd scream and scream at the ref. He'd scream. I watched it. By the way, I love Bobby Knight because he endorsed me. And having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016. And I was doing great. But a friend came up and said, "Do you know Bobby Knight?" I said, "No, I don't, but I hear he was a tough cookie." He said, not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine. It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, "Sir, I'd like to endorse you." I said, "Is this really Bobby Knight?" He said, "It's me." I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. He was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip in his shoulder. But he loved Trump, and he came in, and he said, "I'd love to endorse you." He said, "If you ever run, please call me." So he said, "Do you know Bobby Knight?" I said, "Well, I don't know him, but he called me a couple of years ago." It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number, and on each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, I wrote his number down and I put it here 2 years ago. And I said, let me see if I can find it. It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened too. My ear is still throbbing. That was a miracle. That was a miracle also, wasn't it? That was a miracle also. Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Thank you, my man. That was a miracle. Anyway, okay, that's very nice, thank you. But So he said, Bobby Knight. So I said, you know, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted up. There would have to be 2,000 to 3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up, the first one, had no idea. And there was his name on a little card, Bobby Knight with his number. It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him and dialed a number. He said, I've been waiting for you to call. And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually went a little far, you know. If you remember, he made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly. But he left the stage, and then I'm talking, and he walks back onto the stage. I said, uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back? He was a big guy, too. Why is he coming back? He said, may I say a few more words? I said, yeah, go ahead, Bobby, say a few more words, a little different. And he said, and let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy. And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam. That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great, and it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place has been more amazing. I think it's more consequential, and if we do the job, you know, one of the big media outlets said what we did was the most consequential election in the last 129 years. Well, if we do the job that we're all capable of doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some, and that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at making this country so great, so great. What happened to our country was so sad. What they've done in 4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation, it was never going to happen with Ukraine. Allowing October 7th to happen would have never happened because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke is doing a good job. Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. All things that we wanted to do, because then everything else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign trail, those last 90 perfect, beautiful days. We just hit it. And I want to thank Susie. You have done a great job. Susie Wiles. Great job, Susie. A big magazine just named her the most powerful woman in the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful woman. You think about it, John, right? The most powerful woman in the world, but she's great. And we had a great 90 days. It was a perfect 90 days, and it was a great result, but we want to put that result to good use by doing a phenomenal job. And I want to tell you that Todd and Emil know this very well. We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon, and I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial, but I did appoint her, federal judge, and these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations-wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might as well go out and just shout it in a courthouse. They were saying she was slow, she wasn't smart, she was totally biased, she loved Trump. I didn't know her, other than I saw her the couple of days that I was in court, and I thought her decorum was amazing. Anything bad they could say, though, they were saying about her, it was whatever they could say bad about a human being, all made up, because actually she was brilliant. She moved quickly. She was the absolute model of what a judge should be, and she was strong and tough. And how do you get them to stop if you're a judge? How do you get them to stop with the playing the ref? Bobby Knight would play the ref. That's why I brought up the Bobby Knight story. He would play the ref. He'd scream at the ref. He'd scream so hard. Oh, boy, it was terrible, actually. And the people would come up, his assistant coaches would come up to play. Coach, don't do that. Don't do it. He said he's not going to change his tune, coach. He called it. He's not changing. I don't care. And he's screaming. That's when he threw the chair. He starts going crazy. And he said, no, he's not going to change this time, but he's going to change for the next play. And sure as hell he did. You know, Bobby, by the way, had the last undefeated team in basketball. And relatively speaking, you know, he had a team. He always had a team. He never had that. Well, he had a couple of great players, obviously, some top NBA players, but very few relatively. He had a team, but he won the national championship 3 times, but he had the last undefeated team in basketball. And he would play the ref, and he would scream at him. He knew exactly what he was doing. They're doing the same thing. He said, no, he's not going to change now, but he's going to change for the next one. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to scare the hell. They wanted to scare the hell out of the judges, and they do it. And how do you stop it if you're a judge? Because you want to go home, you have a family, you have children, and the New York Times will write whatever these people say, and the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal, and MSDNC, and the fake news CNN, and ABC, CBS, and NBC, and they'll write whatever they say. And what do you do to get rid of it? You convict Trump. All you have to do is be really tough on him and ultimately convict him, and they leave you alone. It's totally illegal what they do. I just hope you can all watch for it, but it's totally illegal. And it was so unfair what they were doing to her. But they do it all the time with judges. But in her case, she was very courageous, and it only made her angry. Wouldn't you say? It just made her angry. She didn't like it. A lot of them say, oh, please don't say that about me. My family, what's my husband going to say? What's my wife going to say, or my kids? Please don't say that. And it had absolutely no impact on her in the case against me, which was a case, I will not use a bad word. I promised my wife I would never use a bad word, so just a little bad. The case against me was bullshit. And she correctly dismissed it. She correctly, look at Emil, he's looking, that's interesting. But these 2 guys were warriors. You got a warrior here. You got 2 warriors, I can tell you that. You got a whole bunch of them. But, and they wouldn't quit. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They just wouldn't quit. These 2 people right up here, and some others that are involved with it indirectly. And what the lawyers do is they're doing it to the Supreme Court justices, hoping that they'll be overcome by the horrible things they say about them. They say things about Supreme Court justices and judges that are just horrible. They're playing the ref. Remember the way they treated Justice Thomas and Justice Alito and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. Chief Justice Roberts get treated unbelievably badly, and they're hoping that they can sway them to go along because, again, what do? They're humans. You know, like it would be wonderful if everybody was just a perfect computer machine, but they're not. They're humans, and they don't want to be accused of many, many things, including gross incompetence. They don't like it, and they don't want it. There's not much they can do about it. You know, they're in a position they can't really fight back really very well. And so what they do is sometimes they get weak. I would say a majority, maybe, of the times. That's why I'm so impressed with Judge Cannon in Florida, how strong she was, how she held up. It actually made her more resolute than anything I've seen. I mean, it was amazing because they were hitting her so hard. It was so sad to watch this. But it's sad what they do to other judges. It's very sad what they do to the Supreme Court. And a lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse in the New York Times and the Washington Post, all of the different networks. They take such abuse. And honestly, very simply, they're afraid of bad publicity. They don't want bad publicity. And it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form. There's no difference than speaking to a judge or shouting to a judge or doing whatever you have to do in a courthouse. They're doing it behind the back. They're usually doing it anonymously. They're saying anonymously, off the record, the judge is no good, but everybody knows where it's coming from. And it's totally coordinated. It's a campaign, and it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman, deranged Jack Smith. There's a guy named Norm Eisen. I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years. Now, Crew is a charitable organization. And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this. But these are bad people. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he looks like. But everything I read is Norm Eisen of Crew. And Crew is a charitable organization. And that's a political thing. His sole life is to get Donald Trump. And he's been vicious and violent, and he's trying, and he probably had pretty good success over the years. But with me, how did he do? I think I'm president. Am I here because I'm president? But we had to take all of that abuse. Even during the trials, we had to take tremendous abuse. Like, you know, these wonderful guys, they're not legitimate people. They're horrible people. They're scum. And you have to know that. And you're going to have these cases where you can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other side has. These people are going to go after me. And I said it during the other night, during the big speech on Tuesday night. I said about Democrats, and I don't like that. I have great respect, by the way, for what Schumer did today. He went out and he said that I'm going to have to vote with the Republicans because it's the right thing to do. I couldn't believe what I heard. But, you know, I think he's going to get some credit for it. I think. Let's see what happens tonight with the big vote as it comes. But these networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other. And everything we do, we're restoring law, restoring order, and restoring public safety in America. That's what we want to do. And we're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back to the highest levels of the FBI, DOJ, and throughout our government. We're bringing our country back faster than anyone ever thought possible. We're working so hard at doing it. And we want fairness in the courts. The courts are a big factor. The elections, which were totally rigged, are a big factor. We have to have honest elections. We have to have borders. And we have to have courts and law that's fair. Well, we're not going to have a country. Crooked Joe Biden got us into a real mess with Russia and everything else he did, frankly, but he didn't know about it. And he, generally speaking, signed it with AutoPen. So how would he know? That AutoPen is a big deal. I don't know. You know, they're having, who's doing this? So when my people come up, Will and all of the people, Steve, they come up and, sir, this is an executive order. They explain it to me. And, you know, 90% of the time I sign it. 99% of the time I say do it. But they come up and I sign it. But you don't use AutoPen. It's, number one, it's disrespectful to the office. Number two, maybe it's not even valid because, you know, who's getting him to sign? He had no idea what the hell he was doing. If he did, all of these bad things wouldn't be happening right now. But we're going to get you back into a great position, and we've already started. They say that we had the most successful first month of presidency. Not a long time, but it's still a lot. It's like if you're a golfer, sinking a 3-foot putt on the first hole gives you confidence to sink something on the second hole. But if you miss that first putt, you don't like to have the putt on the second hole and the third hole. It could be a very bad experience. It's nice to get that first month, and now we have more than a month. Now we have a month and a half. And it's going really, really well. I can tell you as a little secret, although the cameras are blazing back there, so it's not that much. But I think we're doing well, as you have been hearing about Ukraine. I think we're doing now well with Russia. We're speaking with President Putin. We want to get the war over. Not only have we spent maybe $350 billion to Europe, think of that, $350 billion to $100 billion, and yet we're across the ocean far away, so it shouldn't have been that way, but Biden let that happen too. And we're getting a deal where we're going to get that back, but much more importantly are the lives that we're talking about. On average, 2,000 young people are being killed every single day. Now, they're not from here. They're from nowhere close to here, but they're young people. They're human beings, and they have parents. They have sisters and brothers, the mothers and fathers, the friends and the families and the towns where they grew up. And they're losing, on average, 2,000, even 2,500 a week. And I want to get it stopped. And we've had some very good calls today with Russia and with Ukraine. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia. And it's not easy. It's a tough one. But I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years, and millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed. And he said it was a great honor. Without me, it would just keep going on. We're looking for the ceasefire now with Russia, and we've had some very good talks about it. We've had some very good responses. And I can tell you that there was a case where there would have been no war if I were president, and it's just 100% would not have happened, would never have happened. I used to speak to President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you what but if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship, and we had a professional relationship, and his respect for this country. And I think we've had some very good results. So, you know, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers, as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now, you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger, and I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened. A thing like that would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, Iran had no money. They were totally broke. Think of it. They had no money to give to anybody. They were totally broke. And within a short period of time, as soon as Biden came in, he took out all the sanctions. In China and everybody else that wasn't buying oil from Iran was buying it at levels that they never spent before. And it was a sad thing. And if you look at Afghanistan, that was probably what got Putin started, because when he looked at how horribly we looked, I think the most embarrassing day, not that we got out because we were getting out. I would have been out faster than them. I was the one that got it down to the right level. But we would have kept Bagram, the big Air Force base. We would have kept it. Right now, China occupies Bagram. And the reason we would have kept it is because they were 1 hour away from where China has and builds its nuclear missiles and weapons. And they gave that up. At the dark of night, they left the lights on, and they left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what about all the dogs? They had a lot of dogs, and they left the dogs behind. And what a shame, what a shame. The way we got out, I think it was the most humiliating time in the history of our country. The way it happened, not that we were getting out, because we wanted to get out, but we would have gotten out with dignity and strength. And what a difference a rigged and crooked election had on our country when you think about it. And the people who did this to us should go to jail. They should go to jail. So I just want to say God bless America, because we have to say God bless. We're lucky we're still here, frankly. And this whole thing could lead, I think we have it, but this could lead to World War III very easily, could very easily lead to World War III, but I think we're in pretty good shape, a lot better than we were before we got involved, that I can tell you. That was heading into World War III territory, and that would have been a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that people you don't even want to know about. But as many of you do know, well, we're focused on persecuting, and these people were really focused on persecuting Republicans. The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades. We had levels of violence and crime, and a lot of it had to do with the illegal immigrants that came in. Remember when I used to complain about it? Because I knew how tough they were, how mean they were. And they said, no, people that come into our country are all wonderful people. No, they're not wonderful. These are stone-cold killers. These are killers they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of. These are rough people. These are rough killer people, and they allowed them in by the millions. In major cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, mothers can't walk their children to the park without fear of being shot or killed or raped or anything. Women can't ride the subway without worrying that a hoodlum will shove them onto the train tracks. In New York, it's happened twice in the last couple of weeks. They're standing there, perfect Wall Street gentleman in one case, and another person who was a worker, good worker, electrician, gets pushed into a train going 45 miles an hour just prior to the train, not stopping, going to go through that. I know the stations very well. I used to take the subway. I used to feel safe. When I was young, my parents would drop me off at the subway. I'd take the subway to my school. Can you believe it? Today, they wouldn't be doing that. And we want to get a country back maybe where you can do that again, Pam. But it's so sad to see what's taking place. Under the Biden regime, average monthly homicides increased by 14%. Property crime rose tremendously. Violent crime went up at least 37% that they know of. Rape soared by 42%. Car theft rose by 48%. And robberies surged to 63 to 100%. They don't even know what the number is. And I have no higher mission as President of the United States than to end this killing and stop this law-breaking and to making America safe again. And that's what you're all about in this room. We want to protect Americans, and we protect everybody that's in our country, American or not American. We want to have a safe and proud country. We're joined today by dozens of police officers, sheriffs and sheriff's deputies from all across the country. My message to these law enforcement heroes is simple. With me in the White House, you once again have a president who will always have your back, will always have your back. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. That's a lot of good-looking people. I will tell you, I feel safe. I'm glad you're in the room. I feel even safer. It's a lot of great people. On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty. And last month, I fired all the radical left pro-crime U.S. attorneys appointed by Joe Biden. There were so many that were bad, and I know there were some that were probably very good, but there were so many that were so bad and so evil, so corrupt. Instead of having Marxist prosecutors who want to put police officers in handcuffs and go after a police officer rather than a criminal, I appointed patriotic, tough-on-crime warriors who will partner with police to put dangerous offenders behind bars, put them in jail. We're fully reviving 1033 program to provide state and local law enforcement with surplus military equipment, that we have so much of it. I did it in my last administration, and I remember Obama wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it before me, would not do it, because he thought it made them look too strong, too military. I said, no, that's what I want them to look like. I want them to look strong. And it was protective, defensive equipment. We had billions of dollars. I gave it out, and now I'm going to have a chance to give it out again. They didn't want to do it with Biden, and Biden didn't know why. I didn't, if they would have asked him, he wouldn't have been able to answer the question. He could never answer a question. They said my press conference yesterday was longer than all of Biden's press conferences put together for the last 4 years. And I don't know if that's true, but it was close. And perhaps most importantly, we're securing our border and repelling the invasion of America. We have, you see the numbers have come down. So, and Tom Homan and Christie have been incredible. Christie Noem, Secretary, she's done great. And Tom Homan is, I don't know if Tom Homan's here, but wherever he may be, I think he's chasing people out of our country. If he was here, I'd almost be disappointed. What are you doing, Tom? But he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brave guy. Over the past 4 years, other countries emptied out their prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums, and sent the killers, drug smugglers, and bloodthirsty inmates from the filthiest dungeons of the world straight into the USA. And open border. We had an open border policy. Anybody could come in, no matter what you were, no matter where you came from, no matter what you looked like, no matter what you were doing, no matter what you did, no matter how many people you murdered, you could come right into our country. We have murderers right now walking the streets. We're joined today by Tammy Nobles, whose 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was attacked in her home 3 years ago, horrifically assaulted and strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 monster set loose into our country under the open border Biden regime. Kayla was one of countless American victims ripped away from their families by the open border policies of that administration. And we're also joined by Kayla's stepfather, Jeremiah, and several other courageous angel families here today. And I'd love you to all just stand up and take a bow, because you are incredible people. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I want you to know that we are working every day to expel these savages from our country and ensure that what happened to your loved ones will never happen again. So their legacy is going to be a great one. Thank you all very much. We appreciate it. On day one of my administration, I declared a national emergency on our southern border. In our first full month in office, we achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings ever recorded, okay? Even lower than 4 years ago. For years, Democrats and the media kept saying that we needed new legislation. We had to have new legislation. We needed it immediately, and I never had legislation. I had the best border in the history of our country for almost 4 years. And by the time I got out, we had the lowest numbers ever. My favorite chart of all time was brought down that day. And on that chart said we had the lowest numbers ever. But it turned out that we really didn't need new legislation. All you needed was a new president. And I said that the other night. That's all you needed was a new president saying, close the borders, because the Border Patrol is unbelievable, ICE is unbelievable, and all of our law enforcement is just incredible. All of you guys are amazing, and the people of our country respect you and they love you, and a lot of times you don't hear that because you have to listen to the fake news back there, but they have great respect for you, so I just want you to know that. And you know, that includes our fire departments too. They don't get spoken about enough. You know, they go into some of the areas I read where they're shooting them off ladders. Can you believe it? They go up to put out a fire, Leo, and they go and they shoot them off a ladder. It's just unbelievable. These firemen and women are incredible. So I want to put them in the same category because they're just incredible. I also like that the fact they voted for me like at 94%. So I have to mention them. I have no choice, right? But the truth is they're phenomenal people. The law enforcement, fire, everybody, they're phenomenal. Basically first responders, because that's what they are. They're first responders. And we're ending the migrant occupation of America. And what we're doing now is we're liberating our cities and our suburbs and our towns. And you see a big difference. I'm getting calls all the time from even leaders of other countries saying, sir, the whole world feels liberated now. It feels like there's a light over America, but there's a light over the whole world. I hear that so much. It's so nice to hear, too. And I feel it. I mean, I feel it. I look at it. I see the polls. I don't know if the polls are right, but they're certainly very good. I'll take them right now. It's amazing what's taken place in such a short period of time, really 6 weeks, but it's longer than that. It's really November 5th. I think that hopefully will go down, if you do your job great, it'll go down as the most important day, one of them at least in the history of our country. You know, July 4th was pretty, 1776, it was pretty important too. But let's see if we can top it. Can we top it? I don't know. That's a tough one, but we're going to try. But it will be one of the most important days in the history of our country. So I think, and I think everybody in this room wants that to happen. Last month, we officially designated MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. That's the Venezuelan gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a big deal. Nobody wanted to do that in the past. And by the way, we've caught hundreds of them, the Venezuelan gang, which is as bad as it gets. And you'll be reading a lot of stories tomorrow about what we've done with them. And you'll be very impressed, and you'll feel a lot safer, too, because they are a vicious group. They went into Colorado. They took over areas of Colorado. They sort of were like me. They were in the real estate business, but they didn't go out and get financing. They just took over a building and kept it. And they said to the tenants, get the hell out of here. One man called the police, and they cut off his fingers. And they say, you call again, your other fingers, and you call a third time, and you're dead. These are tough people and bad people, and we're getting them out of our country. And some are so bad, we don't want to get them out. We have to put them in jail because we don't want to even take a chance that they can come back. Thanks to our efforts, Mexico recently handed over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders, including the depraved kingpin charged with the 1985 murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena. And that was a big deal, if you know. They've been looking for this person for years, many years, and we got him. This evil killer will be now prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And we know that, well, it's, let's put it this way, I have to be nice. It's a very strong case. We're stopping the criminals pouring across our borders at record levels, and we're also stopping the massive quantities of deadly drugs. In 2023 alone, drug overdoses killed more Americans in 12 months than they did during the entire decade between 1980 and 1990, so 10 times more, but it's much higher than that. More Americans died from fentanyl last year than died in the Korean War, or the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War, all of them combined. That's why I've placed large tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, and they will remain in place until these deadly poisons stop pouring into our country. And I will tell you, as soon as I put on the tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, unbelievable results have been seen in the last few weeks. Unbelievable results. They weren't happy about it. You probably read they weren't happy, but they are working like hell to end it. They weren't working very hard before I did that. With us today is a brave mother and advocate, Ann Fundner, who lost her beautiful 15-year-old son, Weston, to fentanyl. And Ann, if you would, I'd like to ask you to come up and say a few words, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, darling. You're going to be great. Let me put that down a little bit.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say thank you. I think this is the biggest honor of my entire life, being on stage with President Trump. But I want to tell you a little bit about my son, Weston, who absolutely loved President Trump. He had a beautiful Trump 2020 flag hanging in his bedroom, and He had it on the beach one day, and we took a picture, and it became our 2020 Christmas card with the most perfect slogan for President Trump, peace on earth. But what happened in the next 4 years would be devastational to our country and our safety of our children. And in 2022, Weston lost his life, a freshman in high school at the age of 15, from a single pill that took his life. The cartels were allowed to operate on American soil and took hundreds of thousands of American lives. And so we knew there was only one person that could save us from the devastation on our American soil, and that was President Trump. And so in 2024, we did the best thing that we could do to keep America safe again, and we elected President Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And he's done everything that he has promised. We have a 98% decrease in border crossings. And he has labeled the terrorist cartels terrorist organizations. And he has instilled tariffs because there is no price on human life. And so I feel like I can speak for the entire fentanyl fighting community when I say thank you to President Trump, and thank you to Pam Bondi and everyone out here who is fighting this fight. God bless you. God bless you, President Trump. And God bless America. Thanks.
He's up watching you. He's up there watching you. And he's so proud of Mom. Thank you, Ann, very much. Weston is, I just said to Ann, Weston is up in heaven watching his mom, and he's so proud of you. He's so proud of you. Thank you. We're also joined today by a number of other American families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl, and I'd love you to just stand up for a second, and we want to acknowledge you, and also your daughters, your sons. They're looking down on you, and they're loving you like crazy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This department will not rest until we have ended the fentanyl epidemic in America once and for all. In less than 2 months since I took office, the DEA and FBI have seized nearly 1 million deadly doses of fentanyl, and that's just the beginning. At my direction and working with Pam and everybody else, we've launched an all-out war on fentanyl traffickers, and it's a war that we're going to win. We're going to win this war. I spoke with the president of Mexico, very nice woman, very fine woman, and I said, let me ask you, you're sending a lot of drugs into our country. We're not liking it at all. Can't do that. But I said, is Mexico, does it have much of a drug? She said, no, we're not a consuming nation. I thought it was an interesting term. And I said, why? And which I've heard also, by the way, they're not a consuming nation. They distribute, but they don't consume. But I said, why are you not a consumer? Well, we're very close with family. I said, so we're very close with family, too. I mean, our families are being devastated, and we're just as close. Why else? She said, well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are. They're very rough ads. They show the skin falling off and the teeth falling out and going blind and losing hair and everything that these things do. You look like you just came out of a horrible concentration camp. And she said it was, they're rough ads. And it's not often that I feel I've learned something from a phone call, because I've had a lot of phone calls over my life. But I realized right then and there what a great idea that is. And we have hired Susie, a great person, who did a lot of our campaign work, and we've come up with an advertising campaign that's, I think, really incredible. More than anything else, it's terrible to watch. Terrible to watch. It's the only way it's going to work. And I would be, because we got the numbers down, 18% would have a blue ribbon committee headed by the First Lady of the United States, who everyone loves, and some of her friends. And, you know, they work so hard, but it's a tough deal. They're dealing with very smart and very vicious people. You know, some of those businesses, those cartels are run better than any business in America. They say they're run incredibly, not just here, they all over the world. They're run like a major business, but in many cases better. And I said, we got it 18% down. Well, 18% is incredible. It's like a record, but when you think of it, it's not very much. And the way you get it down, if you want to get it down to close to 100%, is with the death penalty. But I think maybe America is not ready for that. China has the death penalty. Singapore has the death penalty. Various places have the death penalty. Wherever you have the death penalty, you don't have drugs. But I just don't know if this country is ready for it. So I tell people, and it's always an option, but I don't know. I just don't know if you're ready for it, and that's okay. It's nothing you can do. But what we're going to do is we're doing this campaign, and I think we can get it down 50% with this campaign, because when people see all the horrible things that these drugs do to you, we're especially focused on fentanyl. When they see all of the horrible things that happen when you take drugs, how you look, you lose your look. Everyone's vain. They don't want to lose their look. The look is so important. And I think when they see these things, they may say, you know what, I'm going to take a pass. But there is big danger. Pam and I were talking about it before. A lot of people are taking fentanyl and not even knowing. They think they're doing something else, or maybe taking another drug, but at a much lower level. And they die. You can put on the pin, think of this, the head of a pin, fentanyl, and it's too much, and it will kill the strongest person in the room. And it's amazing. But we're going to do this campaign. It's going to be launched fairly soon, Susie. And I think it's going to have a big impact. I think if we got it down by another 30, 35 points, and I really believe we can. I think that's an incredible idea. So I thank the president of Mexico, actually. It was a call on tariffs, and we talked about drugs. And she gave me an idea that I think will be very successful, and based on what I saw, it's going to be amazing. Under our leadership, this department is once again laser focused on protecting the American people. We're defending our borders, our streets, our children, and our good, really God-given, this is God-given rights and liberties once and for all. We're going to defend our country, and we're going to defend our rights. Etched onto the walls of this building are the words English philosopher John Locke said, "Where law ends, tyranny begins." And I see that, and I saw it over the last 4 years when somebody was allowed to attack viciously with this department and the FBI. His political opponent, how did that work out? Didn't work out too well, but it wasn't pleasant. It wasn't pleasant. I was attacked by a political opponent, and probably it helped that I was attacked more than anybody in the history of our country. Alphonse Capone, the great Alphonse Capone, legendary, Scarface, was attacked only a tiny fraction of what Trump was attacked. And maybe it worked out well. I don't know. If I had to give it up, I probably wouldn't, but only because I've gone through it. But I wonder what the difference would be. Maybe they helped get me elected by those margins, the big mandate that we received. But you can't go after your political opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And hopefully they won't see anything like it. But now, with the return of law and order, the entire world is witnessing the triumph of American justice and American freedom. That's why we're here today, gathered with people that have love for our country. In the coming years, we will revive the storied legacy of this department. It's happening right now. You can feel it. And rekindle the spirit of the great lawmen and legal lions of the past, Americans like Wyatt Earp, Eliot Ness, Frank Hammer, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani had to suffer greatly, greatly. The greatest mayor in the history of our country had to suffer greatly. Ed Meese, Antonin Scalia, Robert Jackson, and Robert F. Kennedy. We will rebuild pride in our institutions. We will restore the prestige of this great department, and we will bring back faith in our justice system for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I want to just tell you that this has been a great honor. I was asked to do it, and I said, is it appropriate that I do it? And then I realized It's not only appropriate, I think it's really important. And I may never do it again. I may never have another chance to do it again because this is something that I'm leaving to the greatest people I know, the best people, the smartest people, the toughest people I know. And they're going to do an incredible job. And it's an honor for me to have won this election so that I can appoint these people to do their job, and they're going to do it like you have never seen. So I just want to wish all of you good luck. It's going to be an interesting journey. Not going to be easy, but you're going to win. You're going to win, 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 and fight, fight, fight. And it's going to end up being a tremendous result for this country. So thank you all very much. God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, as you see there, we were just listening in to President Trump as he made remarks there at the Department of Justice. This was a long-awaited speech, and so we've been promising that we're going to bring it to you here on Live Now from Vox for the last few hours. But again, during that speech, talking about a myriad of things, but still focusing a lot on fentanyl and what his administration plans to do as they seek to root that out of the United States of America. And as you see there, he's standing alongside Attorney General Pam Bondi, both walking behind the curtain at this point, both speaking again today with those remarks at the Department of Justice. Wanted to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you for being with us, but as always, we do want to continue on with other live events that are happening right now as well. And this is the big one that we've been watching all day long. Here, taking a live look there at the Senate floor, they are now set to have that vote to break the filibuster as the countdown for the government shutdown is still on at this point. Want to show you where we're standing at right now as well with that timeline. Taking a look there on your screen, the shutdown is expected to happen if a new CR can't be passed within the next 7 hours. So right now, again, let's listen in live to the Senate floor as those senators are starting that vote here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, aye.
All right, Christina Evans here with you on Live Now from Fox. And as you see, we are still looking and watching, listening in as the Senate floor. Their senators are now making the time to vote to advance the GOP funding bill. They're now voting to break the filibuster to limit any debate that could happen before the CR vote. Again, also with me now here on Live Now from Fox is my colleague Austin Westfall as well. Austin, of course, this is something we've been following very closely and expecting as well over the last few days.
Yeah, that's right. Fox's Chad Pergram says if the Senate breaks the filibuster, final passage of the interim spending bill is likely 6th in the series. So there's still some time to go before we get if we get an affirmative tonight. It will be possible that it will be quite some time before we get an affirmative. There are quite a few votes still to go. As you can see on the clock there, we still got a little over 7 hours before the shutdown officially begins. Pergram says 5 Democrats so far are now on board for breaking the filibuster on the interim spending bill. That's Senator Cortez Masto, Senator Dick Durbin, Senator King out of Maine, Senator Schatz, and of course, Democrat Chuck Schumer. Those are the 5 so far that are on board for breaking the filibuster, which is just one obstacle toward, and you see there, Pergram confirming such. Senator Cortez Masto, Durbin, King, Schatz, and Schumer so far are on board for breaking the filibuster. We will keep listening in. I'm curious because there has been a lull in the audio. What more we will hear. We did hear from Fox News, by the way, that after tense caucus meetings, Senate Minority Leader Schumer revealed that he would vote for the House-passed short-term spending bill. It's known as a continuing resolution. Get used to hearing that word tonight, by the way. Continuing resolution, or CR. It's basically a way that you could pretty much equate that term to a bill to avoid a government shutdown. So the continuing resolution, or the CR, is something that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer says he would vote for.
Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
And I think they're speaking, so let's pump the audio up, Christina.
Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Warner, no.
All right, and as my colleague Austin Westfall just said there, this is a series of votes that are set to happen. And in these, it's going to be important because, again, with the government shutdown clock there on your screen as well, winding down
Mr.
closer
Peters, aye.
to 7 hours until that happens, unless something can get passed in the meantime. But a lot of time, Austin, people hear the word shutdown, they get alarmed. But these are things that happen all the time within the government. We've covered quite a few of them here on Live Now from Fox.
There's always a lot of wrestling between Democrats and Republicans to fund the government, and every time we approach one of these deadlines, these types of debates do come along. In order to move forward to a final passage vote, today's stopgap bill will need 60 favorable votes in total to beat what's known as the legislative filibuster. And you talk about these partial government shutdowns, Christina. Let's just kind of go back to Political Science 101 here. Here's what happens during one of those shutdowns if we reach that point. Non-essential services would be halted. However, government functions deemed essential would continue. national security protocols such as Border Patrol, law enforcement, disaster response, they would stay active during the shutdowns. For example, House Republicans managed to pass a CR earlier in the week that would keep spending levels the same as fiscal year 2024 until October 1st. But if a spending bill is not passed by midnight tonight, the government will enter into one of those partial shutdowns. This is, as you alluded to, something that we run into every so often. And this vote that we're watching right now is not the deciding factor. This is just one vote that will be one of several votes that leads to a final vote on whether or not we will see the government shut down. But our understanding is if this filibuster procedure, if they vote to break this filibuster, then that's a decent indicator that we may very well see an aversion of a government shutdown tonight, Christina.
Absolutely. And as you can see also here from Fox's Ryan Schmelz, he says that Hawaii Democrat Brian Schatz votes yes on the cloture for the CR, saying that it was a difficult and close call. It's a flawed bill, but it's better than no bill at all. We've been hearing from certain Democrats throughout the day, trying to see where they stand on the matter. And as Austin mentioned, they do need 8 Democrats to vote in favor of this for this to be able to move forward. Again, 60 overall. That's the vote threshold to be able to advance as well. So again, we're hearing from some of these Democrats as they're deciding what they're going to do as well. But again, it's been something very interesting. And there's also a bit of fracture right now within the group. Earlier today, we heard from Hakeem Jeffries as well, and he was asked a question within the news conference that they were given about whether or not right now he has confidence in Senator Chuck Schumer. He said, no comment. And it's kind of interesting at this point, but we've heard from Schumer as well, talking about why he believes that the voting bill should be voted on at this point. He says that clearing the way and, again, allowing for a shutdown would allow DOJ to shift into overdrive. He says clearing the way for Donald Trump and Elon Musk to gut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid is unacceptable. It's past time as well for those Democrats to stop fighting. So, again, we also have some other tweets as well from others that are still voting at this point. Senator Peters, the Democrat from Michigan, is the 8th Democrat to vote yes on the floor, presuming that all Republicans except Rand Paul vote yes on the cloture. This will be invoked. If all amendments fail, then the CR will pass and the government stays open. Again, Austin, something that we've been covering here on Live Now from Fox, another example of this seemingly being going to be put to bed.
Yeah, Politico reports that Senate leaders struck a deal today to pave the way for a passage of a 7-month stopgap spending bill to avoid this shutdown. If you were sitting here with us about 48 hours ago, it was seeming very likely that we were going to run into a government shutdown, but then we heard late yesterday from Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer that he will vote in order to avert a government shutdown. And now we're starting to see some of those procedures. So Chad Pergram confirming it himself. 8 Democrats now on board to break the filibuster on the stopgap spending bill. That's Cortez Masto, Senator Durbin, Senator King, Schatz, Schumer, Hassan, Peters, and Fetterman. The vote is still open, though, Christina. I think we still have our live look at the Senate floor. I'm curious if we can still listen in and hear what they're talking about.
Absolutely. Let's listen in.
54-29.
Mrs. Shaheen, aye.
And as we're still listening
Mr.
in
Scott of South Carolina, aye.
To all of these senators as their vote is called out there on the Senate floor. Want to put this up as well. We have an update. Senator Gillibrand votes yes on cloture, making it now 9 Democrats. So this is moving pretty smoothly at this point for those who are support of Chuck Schumer and his decision, again, to vote on this bill. She joins, again, that other hosting group of 8 other Democrats now voting yes as well. So we've been listening in to those votes live there on the Senate floor. We're going to continue to listen in now.
Mr. Banks, aye.
All right, again, you're staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're covering this Senate vote live. I'm here, Christina Evans, your host, alongside my colleague Austin Westfall as well, as we're trying to break down what's happening there in the room. And it's been some interesting developments. We'll also want to put this up there on your screen from Fox News' Aisha Hatni saying Shaheen is a yes. That's 10. Republicans only needed 8. Wow. Austin, what are your thoughts on this as we're seeing all of these numbers start to pull in?
Yeah, so at this point, as long as all the rest of the votes fall the way we expect them to, that means that we will see this pass. Gillibrand voted yes. Shaheen is a yes. We will keep an eye out for the remainder of the votes. But at this point, Christina, it's simply a waiting game. We're listening into the Senate floor, and they continue to vote. Let's keep listening in.
Mr. Bennett, no.
All right, we're still listening in to the Senate floor at this point as they're making this vote to avert a government shutdown. Again, this is just the vote. If this one passes, it is assumed at this point that the other one in the future will have no issues. But this was the one to limit some of the debate that typically happens and break the filibuster. This is so that final vote can happen later this afternoon to avoid that government shutdown. As you can see, we have the shutdown clock there on your screen as well as we're quickly approaching just 7 hours until that was expected to happen if they were not able to get a continuing resolution or a CR passed. So if you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox, this is something we've been following here for the last few days up until this deadline. We do know that Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, this is one of the big storylines today, backed the continuing resolution late yesterday. This did spark fury in many of his party who called out and did not want this to be voted on in that sense. We even heard from Leader Hakeem Jeffries a bit earlier today as well. He was not happy with Schumer for voting on this bill. If you feel like this bill is going to impact so much of those other policies that are happening right now in certain states, again, wanting to vote no, but at this point we have 10. Want to also put this up again from Aisha Hatni there with Fox News. She had the latest one. Shaheen was a yes, saying that was 10. Republicans only needed 8. I'm here too with my colleague Austin Westfall as well as we're talking through some of these expectations and what's to come now that we are less than 7 hours away from that government shutdown.
Yeah, and let's just put this into perspective here. As Hasni points out, 8 Democrats were needed, and so far Democrats are supporting this at pace with more than what is actually needed. So we're at 60. So we are now at the point where we have gotten enough votes to advance this GOP funding bill. The magic number was 60, and we just hit 60.
Yeah, we're hearing those shouts from within our newsroom here that they've hit that critical number of 60. So we're continuing to watch this here on Live Now. Let's listen back in.
Mr. Warnock, no.
You just heard Senator Warnock is a no. They are still voting. There are still some votes to tally, but nonetheless, the 60 threshold has been met. You'll still hear occasionally that they're finishing up this vote, but for all intents and purposes, the Senate has voted to advance this government funding bill, this GOP government funding bill. And
Mr. Schmidt, aye.
Senator Schmidt voting in favor.
And as we mentioned, Austin, they're already past that critical number of 60 as well, which is what we were really looking out for.
That's right. And let's just, again, point out the stakes here. So this is why we are hearing of this measure passing. This funding bill is advancing because these senators have come to an agreement that they do not want to hit that government shutdown. Senator Schumer, there was some, of course, back and forth between Democrats and Republicans about whether or not there would be some wrestling, inter-party wrestling, in order to come to an agreement to avoid the government shutting down. Senator Schumer, the top Democrat in the upper chamber, revealed that he would vote for the House-passed short-term spending bill yesterday because he said a shutdown would be a gift for President Trump and Republicans. So Senator Schumer came out yesterday and said that he would vote to avert this shutdown, and now we're seeing more senators than we needed fall in line and move forward to advance this funding bill. And I'll underscore this one more time for anybody who may just be joining. This is not the vote itself to avoid the shutdown. This is simply a vote to advance it further along the track to get the bill approved. The Friday closure vote was scheduled for 1:15 p.m. Eastern time, and we've been watching this take place now, and it just hit the 60 vote threshold. This was for closure, says Aisha Hasni, which unlocks the actual government funding bill. It hasn't passed yet. However, Republicans only need 51 for that. Democrats won't need to vote for it. So what she's referring to is the actual government funding bill requires 51 votes, whereas what we're watching right now required 60. It required more Democratic support. And that's indicative of what we've been discussing all afternoon. If enough Democrats were on board to make it to the 60 vote threshold with this vote, we can very well surmise that later on, when they only need 51 votes, it's very likely that we will see the government shutdown be averted. And by the way, during a partial government shutdown, here's what's at stake here. Here's what happens during a shutdown. Federal agencies and non-essential services would be halted. However, government functions deemed essential would continue. National security protocols such as Border Patrol, law enforcement, disaster response, all of that stuff stays active during shutdowns, for example. Nonetheless, it does appear, at least at this hour, Christina, that will be avoided as we continue to listen to some of those voices there on Capitol Hill. Chad Pergram, by the way, saying the test vote to avoid a shutdown is still open. So that's why we're still hearing names being called on the floor. But they have gotten 60 yeas. 10 Democrats are on board voting to break the filibuster. So, Christina, it seems like we're on the track, at least, to avoid a shutdown tonight.
Absolutely. And then we'll continue to follow this and watch this here on Live Now when that actually happens as well. And we did get some sort of indication, Austin, before this test vote started. We did hear from Senate Majority Leader John Thune. He told reporters that the lawmakers were closing in on that agreement for that CR bill. He said, we're honing in on it before the vote happened. Fasten your seatbelts. And it seems like he might have been right in that sense, as more Democrats voted in favor than were even expected. Again, they needed 8 to vote in favor, knowing that the Senator Rand Paul, Republican, would be voting against this bill at the time, but all other Republicans were expected to vote for it. So this continuing resolution, as they're voting on it now, this test vote for it is still going on right now on the Senate floor. Let's listen back in.
This is just
on this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 38. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn have voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, we've already locked in 10-minute
Majority Leader.
we've already locked in 10-minute votes for the balance of the number of votes, but if people stay here in their seats, we can execute that a lot more quickly.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I called my amendment 1273 and asked that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposes an amendment number 1273.
There will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Colleagues, let me keep this very simple. We provided a lot of funding in the Inflation Reduction Act so that those who have very sophisticated finances and very powerful advisors that try to avoid ever paying their taxes don't get away with it, because it's a fundamental fairness all across America. Ordinary working people have the money taken out of their paychecks every week. Just because people have enormous paychecks and fancy consultants shouldn't be that they get licensed to cheat. And all of that money went to make sure that those upper income folks knew that somebody might be taking a look at their finances. If this amendment fails, it will increase the deficit by $46 billion. So I hope all of you who are fiscally responsible and care about fundamental fairness to workers across America will vote for this amendment.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, this isn't about saving $46 billion. It's about spending $46 billion. It's about saving $20 billion. The Democrats' partisan, supersized IRS funding is something we've been battling over for a couple of years now. It's a textbook example of the type of out-of-control spending that President Trump and Republicans have rightly opposed. Rather than working together to help the IRS solve its massive taxpayer service and IT shortcomings, the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act went to fund untargeted and heavily handed enforcement improvement. As I mentioned at the time, the last thing hardworking Americans need is an IRS funding bloat that disproportionately hurts them. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment to provide the IRS nearly 2 times its entire annual budget in unaccountable enforcement dollars.
Move. All for the ayes and nays. Move.
For a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
All right, as you can see there, we were just listening in, but the big moment has now passed. It's official. The Senate did vote to advance that GOP funding bill 62-38. Again, I'm your host, Christina Evans, still here alongside my colleague, Austin Westfall. Austin, again, we've been watching as this vote happened. It passed with more than what was necessary. So I want to also put up this tweet as well from Kimmy Mondo, the reporter there. She says that cloture vote is still open, but at this point it's closed. Once those senators vote, we'll move to amendments and then vote on final passage. That's sort of what we were seeing right there those last few minutes as we were looking at the Senate floor.
That's right. And, you know, the folks at home, you know, it's a lot of legalese jargon and senatorial jargon that we hear there on the floor. And the important part just wrapped up. The 60-vote threshold was met. We'll be sure. We're going to step away from the Senate floor here in a moment, Christina, but we will be doing our best to air the full vote uninterrupted later on tonight. As soon as we hear that they are doing the final vote to avert the government shutdown, we'll make sure we'll be on top of that, and we'll try to bring that to you uninterrupted as soon as that starts later tonight. But right now, they're working on some amendments. So at this point, we feel like the amendments that they're talking about may not even have anything to do directly with the CR. So in a moment here, we will step away from it. We wanted to make sure we brought the audience this initial test vote, if you will. They were testing to see if they could get 60 votes necessary in order to move this thing along. Later on tonight, during the final vote to avert the shutdown, they'll only need 50. So the chances of a shutdown being averted are looking ever more likely, Christina.
Absolutely, Austin. I'm glad you brought that up because the amount of votes that are needed later are less than. So that's why this test vote was so important. They were able to get it and they surpassed the number of 60 that they needed. But like you said, we'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox when they have that vote go underway. But right now, the shutdown clock is still on at this point. We'll continue to monitor everything here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We appreciate you for joining us as we're going through some of the top stories and live events that we have today. I want to show you this on your screen now. Of course, we are now gearing up for this big launch that's set to happen in just in a few hours or so. The NASA SpaceX Crew 10 launch is scheduled for 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time. If you remember correctly, that was the launch that was scrubbed just a few days ago due to some other mechanical issues. Let's listen in right now as NASA has their pre-coverage of the launch ongoing. We do want to listen into some of their coverage and also check in on the ground with some of our reporters that we have there as well as we're getting ready for the big launch.
And one cosmonaut inside of Dragon Endurance atop a Falcon 9 rocket. They're at Launch Pad 39A. They are headed to the International Space Station to help maintain the orbiting lab. Once on board the International Space Station, Crew 10 will become members, very briefly, of Expedition 72 for a few days. And there you see the members they'll be joining, Crew 9. And then they will become part of Expedition 73. We'll conduct research to understand material flammability, contributing to the future spacecraft design, and study how spaceflight affects human physiology and psychology. And that's their patch.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, Daryl. The Expedition 73 patch was designed to honor the science and scientists that make space exploration possible. And if you look at some of the elements on the patch here, the number 73 is a prime number and a binary palindrome. There's a good one for Pi Day for all the NASA geeks watching today. And that's represented at the base of the patch. 73 is also a star number, represented by the hexagonal shape of the patch, accented by white stars, and symbolize the crew's dedication to space exploration. The grid lines illustrate our earthly perspective from the cosmos, and finally, the ISS, the International Space Station, symbolizing humanity's continued collaboration across space and time.
Those grid lines, to me, look like something out of an 80s video game.
Yeah, or the Matrix. You know, I believe Johnny Kim was the mastermind behind this mission. I believe we talked about it on Wednesday, but the way that we start a new expedition on board the International Space Station, it actually rotates not with the Dragon flights, but with the Soyuz flights. So Expedition 73 will begin on April 8th with the launch of that Soyuz mission. Sergei Ryzhikov, Alexei Zubritsky, and NASA astronaut Johnny Kim for his first flight.
While we have a moment, let's take another social question. Laura, let's see. Landon Davidson asks, how long does it take to readjust to gravity on Earth once you return?
Well, Landon, like all things physiology related, there is a bit of individual variation. So different humans experience it a little bit differently. For me, you know, it was interesting when I went to space, I actually adjusted very quickly. Even though, you know, as humans, we've never evolved without gravity, I felt really comfortable and like I was at home. Some astronauts do experience space motion sickness, though, for those first few days where they may feel a little bit queasy, even a little bit nauseous, maybe even vomiting a little bit. But that's normal and usually resolves in the first few days. And most of these effects are really due to your neurovestibular system. So your inner ear, we have these semicircular canals and some other organs that are actually gravity dependent in terms of how they work for your neurovestibular system, which is of course responsible for spatial awareness and balance and those types of things. So that system goes a little bit haywire when you first experience microgravity. And then once again, after you've adapted to that and you come back down to Earth. So when you come back down to Earth, you don't feel great. You literally feel gravity kind of like the bully on the playground that has their hand on your head and is pushing you down. You feel the weight of gravity when you're sitting down, like you just feel heavy. You go to get up from sitting on the couch. I remember having some lower back pain that actually persisted for many months. I just felt really stiff, like I was suddenly 80 or 90 years old and I couldn't, quite straighten out my back. But overall, astronauts generally adjust pretty quickly. In those first few minutes and even hours, you're a little bit like a drunken sailor when that neurovestibular system is really kind of readjusting. Some people have a little bit of motion sickness in those first few days. I didn't really have that. I was pretty fortunate. And then, you readapt to things like walking kind of quickly because your body just, gets used to it. You'd been doing it for so many years before flight. It takes a little bit longer to adapt to running because it's this more complex motor neuron connection for running than it is walking. And I remember that very well. I was in the gym with my trainer and, she's like, okay, go ahead, run across the gym. And it felt so strange as I took kind of that upstroke of one foot. It felt normal. But then when I landed my foot, I felt like I was an elephant crashing down to the ground.
Wow.
And, we run in space on the treadmill every day, every other day. And so you're used to running, but you're not really used to running at your full body weight because in weightlessness, we have a harness that we use to hold us down on the treadmill, but we usually only run at about 75% of our body weight. And of course, it's so different when you're not under the full effect of gravity. So running takes a lot longer to kind of get normal again. So depending on what exactly you're talking about, the first days, even weeks, you feel pretty tired, but then you adapt fairly quickly after that. And, maybe some lingering effects for some people, back pain and that kind of thing, but really a lot of individual variation there.
And you touched on it. It's not like you're not working out on station. Your exercise is part of your daily regimen, and you're staying as fit as you possibly can. So it's really interesting that when you come back down, that neurovestibular system, that's the thing that's not used to it and is throwing everything off.
Yeah, because your cardiovascular system, you are running and bicycling every day pretty much up there to maintain your cardiovascular system. But of course, the rest of the time, your cardiovascular system is not acting against the force of gravity like it is here on the ground all the time. So there's some level of deconditioning that just happens where, on the space station, I'm up there, I loved running on the treadmill. You kind of feel like a gazelle since you're a little bit offloaded.
I feel fast.
And yeah, even your gait changes, your stride changes a little bit because of the mechanics of running are just different up there when you're not under your full body weight and you're kind of, you're being held down by this harness. But I really, really enjoyed it. But you're running for miles, every day. So Sonny Williams did and a few other people have actually done marathons.
Dragon SpaceX closeout team has departed the crew arm.
SpaceX Dragon copy. All right, as you see there, we were just listening in to NASA and the SpaceX crew as they're previewing what's set to happen at 7:03 Eastern Time. We do know that those NASA astronauts, Anne McClain, alongside Nicole Ayers, are set to launch to the International Space Station aboard, I should say, that SpaceX Dragon capsule. So this is important because this is the second attempt to launch that Falcon 9 rocket carrying the astronauts this week. Earlier this week on March 12th, it was called off due to a critical hydraulic system issue on ground that failed just shortly before the launch. We were covering it here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, we do know that since then, SpaceX says that they have gone ahead and fixed that, and it appears to be functioning normally. So we'll continue to monitor this launch as it's set to happen in just about an hour and 42 minutes. But this is a big launch for multiple reasons. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, you probably heard those two names. They are the two astronauts who arrived there to the space station in June of last year aboard a new spacecraft that was built by Boeing. Initially, Wilmore and Williams were only supposed to stay there for about a week, but their return has since been delayed for several months after that Boeing aircraft experienced some issues with the thrusters. So again, if this goes all as planned, those other astronauts will be blasting off. Anne McClain alongside, again, Nicole Ayers. They'll be taking the place of Butch Wilmore and Sonny. As you can see, they're there on your screen. Pictures of their very extended tenure in space. So again, we'll continue to monitor this here on Live Now from Fox. I want to show you a larger picture there of what's happening live as that countdown clock is still active at this moment. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, but on the other side, more. stories. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we're continuing to keep up with some of the large events that are happening right now in Washington. I want to show you a live look that we have at the White House at this hour. Of course, we just heard from President Trump a few hours ago as he made his speech there at the Department of Justice. This was a long-awaited speech where he touched on several different topics, including the direction that he sees the department going. He was there alongside his Attorney General as well, Pam Bondi, who also made remarks. So in response to that speech, Democratic Representative Jamie Raskin and other U.S. civil servants who have either been fired or resigned held a news conference outside the Justice Department. Let's listen in to some of those comments here on Live Now.
All right, well, welcome and thank you all for coming. The tirade we just witnessed is one more grim landmark in the spreading authoritarianism of this administration, and it is a brand new embarrassment to the once revered Department of Justice. It's fascinating that the president used the word BS to describe the case against him, which resulted in dozens of criminal convictions, because that was the same word that his own Attorney General, William Barr, used to describe his deranged claim that he had won the 2020 presidential election when Joe Biden beat him by more than 7 million votes, 306 to 232 in the Electoral College. That was the word that Attorney General Barr, even one of his greatest defenders, used to describe his delusional claims about how there was election fraud and election irregularities. No other president in American history has stood at the Department of Justice to proclaim an agenda of criminal prosecution and retaliation against his political foes. This thoroughly partisan and delusional diatribe was a staggering violation of the traditional boundary between independent criminal law enforcement and presidential political power. The speak we just witnessed is a desecration of the essential values of the storied department in every way. It's an insult to the thousands of professional lawyers who go to work at the Department of Justice every day to enforce the rule of law, not the personal vendettas and partisan games of a politician. President Grant and Congress created the Department of Justice in 1870, 5 years after the Civil War, in the throes of Reconstruction. It was an exercise of Congress's powers under Section 5 of the 14th Amendment, which had just been added to the Constitution 2 years before. The purpose of the department was to protect the newly freed African-American population in the South against escalating violence by the Ku Klux Klan and unrepentant secessionists. Congress wanted to protect the voting rights of the emancipated population against racial disenfranchisement schemes. Now, the Department of Justice, which first set out to defend the rule of law against white supremacy and vigilante violence, has become a department of injustice, cruelty, favoritism, and unfairness. One of Trump's first acts was to try to nullify the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, which establishes that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a citizen of the United States. And they tried to destroy that, leading to at least 4 federal courts invalidating this executive order: an Obama judge, a Biden judge, a Reagan judge, and even a Trump judge. And the Reagan judge said it was the easiest case he ever had to decide. You don't have to be a lawyer to know what's wrong with that executive order or any of the other ones. You just have to know how to read. And that judge was very clear about it. Now, until now, the basic concept of the rule of law in our history has been the idea that no one is above the law. There was, to be sure, law under King George, but it was a law that the monarch and the lords imposed on the rabble, the peasants and the poor, but it never applied to them. It never applied to themselves. In the 18th century, the American Revolution overthrew the kings, the lords, and the feudal barons to establish a nation where we would have a nation where all would be equal under the law. As Tom Paine put it, in the monarchies, the king is law, but in the democracies, the law is king. But amazingly, we now have a president in the 21st century who believes he's a king, and he believes that the king is the law once again. The first 7 weeks of this radical experiment in neo-monarchism has been a disaster for the rule of law, and for the Constitution, and for the First Amendment. There have been 120 federal cases filed against Donald Trump all over the country, and he has lost already in more than 40 courtrooms across the land where temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunctions have been issued against his lawless attack on the Constitution. This Department of Justice started out by empowering law enforcement. The original Department of Justice started out by empowering law enforcement against insurrectionists and extremists. This DOJ has started out by empowering insurrectionists and extremists against law enforcement. President pardon. I'm sure you think so, because President Trump pardoned more than 1,500 insurrectionists. All right. President Trump pardoned more than 1,500 insurrectionists, hundreds of whom were extremists who violently assaulted our police officers with stun guns, chemical spray, batons, broken furniture, fire extinguishers, and Trump flags. This Department of Injustice has gone even further. And maybe he's got a pardon. That's why he's so excited today. I don't know. But this Department of Injustice has worked aggressively to get courts to dismiss unrelated criminal charges against pardoned January 6 convicts. There are people who were pardoned on January 6 who have had cocaine charges. Well, they're January 6 felons who've had cocaine charges, drug charges, gun charges, sawed-off shotgun charges, hand grenade charges against them dismissed by this Department of Justice. And that was never covered by the original pardon. At Trump's Department of Justice, law and order means Trump will twist the law for you if you take orders from him. And that's, of course, what they did with Mayor Adams. And maybe I'll take a break here and I'll have something to say at the end about the Adams prosecution and the other people who've been let go as they've barreled through a pro-corruption agenda at the Department of Justice. But let me say this. Donald Trump has sacked more than a dozen of DC's best career criminal prosecutors because they worked to successfully convict January 6th insurrectionists, many of them members of extremist groups and violent street gangs. This makes no sense. They're firing the best criminal prosecutors in Washington because they did their jobs against people like him. Congratulations, buddy. That's how the Nazis got started. You go have your own rally, all right? All right, now, I would now like to go to our originally scheduled program, if this gentleman would allow us to. I'm introducing Sean Brennan. I'm introducing Sean Brennan, who's a former assistant United States attorney, a prosecutor in the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Capitol Siege section, who was fired by that man's hero, Donald Trump, because he prosecuted January 6th insurrections. Please welcome Sean Brennan. We'll take questions after, and I'll call on people. You go interview that guy, all right?
All right, as you can see there, things were getting a bit contentious earlier today when Representative Raskin, the Democrat from Maryland, responded to Trump's DOJ speech, allowing others who were a part of the government who have since been fired to speak as well. We'll continue on with these remarks here on Live Now from Fox, but we are going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. But as you also saw there on your screen, it's a very busy day for us here at Live Now, monitoring some of these live events. I want to show you this there on your screen as well. Take a look at this. We've been covering this as we now know that the shutdown deadline is still on, with 6 hours and 24 minutes and just under 18 seconds until the government is set to shut down. If that final CR is not passed, we do know that a test vote, though, in the last hour passed with flying colors. They did need at least 8 Democrats to vote in favor of that continuing resolution in the test vote to limit the debate there as far as stopping a filibuster. They did have 10 that ultimately voted in favor. So we do know that that's happened. And we also have a response there from U.S. Senator John Fetterman. He put this on X. I want to read this out for you as well. He said, "My vote yes is not an endorsement of this deeply flawed CR. My vote yes is 100% about refusing to shut our government down. I refuse to punish working families and plunge millions of Americans into chaos. I will never, ever, 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 ever vote to shut our government down." So that's his response, as him alongside other Democrats have voted yes in favor of this CR. Again, others on the other side saying that they did not want to vote in favor of this as well. So we'll continue to watch this here on Live Now from Fox and bring you that vote when it happens live. In the meantime, also want to switch gears here, show you a shot that we have as well as we're waiting for the SpaceX launch. You can see we've got the countdown clock in view. Less than 1 hour and 26 minutes until that scheduled flight time. As you know, this flight was scrubbed earlier this week due to some mechanical issues on the ground there. SpaceX and NASA have both put out a statement since saying that those issues have been resolved and that they believe they are a go for 7:03 Eastern time this evening. We'll bring that to you on Live Now from Fox when it happens as well. Let's take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with some of our other top stories as well today. And before we went to that 2-minute break, we were talking about the fact that President Donald Trump made his remarks earlier today, giving a full speech there at the Department of Justice. After that speech concluded, we did hear from Democrats as well and other civil servants who say they've been affected since President Trump has come into office. Let's listen to the remainder of those remarks here on Live Now.
On January 31st, 2025, at about 5 p.m., I received a text message that hit me like a gut punch. I had just completed 3 weeks of training, intensive training alongside over a dozen of my colleagues, to begin working as a prosecutor, prosecuting local violent crime, and specifically in my case, domestic violence. That evening, the AUSA, whose caseload I was set to take over that very next Monday, texted me to introduce me to a victim of domestic violence here in the district. They said, "This is Sean. He's going to be the one who will help you with your case." And I was devastated because by that point, I knew I would not be able to help this victim of domestic violence secure justice. Because that night, I had already received this letter. This letter said that my hiring as an AUSA hindered interim U.S. Attorney Ed Martin's ability to implement President Trump's agenda. Setting aside the fact that it is squarely not the role of the Department of Justice to implement any president's agenda, it's hard to imagine what agenda would be hindered by prosecuting violent offenders of domestic violence here in the district. Of course, I didn't have to think very hard to figure out why I was really fired, because it said so right here in this exact letter. Echoing language from the president's executive order pardoning the defendants from the January 6 cases, I was told that I was fired for perpetrating a grave national injustice by seeking accountability for those who, through political violence, sought to interrupt our peaceful transfer of power. Now, it goes without saying that anyone who has watched any video from January 6th, anyone who has listened to any of the testimony of the heroic officers who fought to protect the Capitol that day, knows that no grave national injustice was perpetrated by trying to hold those people accountable. Still, with the almost immediate focus on retribution and firings, it became clear that President Trump's language from that executive order, seeking a process of national reconciliation, was nothing but empty rhetoric. However, I still had faith because, as a prosecutor, it is a guiding principle for me that no one is defined, even criminal defendants, by their worst day. I had hope that many of the defendants in my cases who I had seen articulate what appeared to be genuine expressions of remorse, I had hoped that they would take this new opportunity to start afresh. However, that's unfortunately not what we've seen. In the weeks since the pardons were enacted, I have heard of defendants in my cases who seemed genuinely willing to take accountability for their actions at sentencing, suddenly turn around and send harassing emails to FBI agents who investigated their cases, to seek out prosecutors on social media to taunt them. They have been emboldened. They have been told by their commander-in-chief that not only what they did was right, but they are the victims. Let that sink in. They are being told that they are the victims, not the officers who told me on many occasions they did not know if they would be able to return home to their families that night on January 6th. Now, I became a lawyer because I believe in the rule of law. But when we have people at the highest levels of government, both in the presidency and in the Department of Justice, telling violent rioters that political violence is okay as long as it's in support of the right person, that is incompatible with the rule of law and incompatible with the very virtues that the Justice Department is supposed to espouse. As Attorney General Bondi has said, the Department of Justice is the one department named after a virtue, the virtue of justice. As a prosecutor, my goal was never to win a case. My goal was to act in pursuit of justice and to stand in court representing the United States, not any individual president. It's a dark day for our country when it appears we have leaders in the Department of Justice who refer to themselves as the president's personal lawyers instead of what they really are, lawyers who swear an oath to the Constitution to defend all Americans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sean Brennan. I'd like to now introduce Brandon Yarrow, the former Assistant Chief Immigration Judge for the Executive Office for Immigration Review, United States Air Force veteran from Texas. Please welcome Mr. Yarrow.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Raskin, thank you for having us here and giving us this platform to share our stories, our experiences that we've had over the last few weeks. I stand here just as a citizen and a staunch supporter of the republic that this gentleman has been shouting about for the last few minutes. I have served as a public servant for over 20 years in various roles in various agencies. And I think it is very convenient and poetic that I'm giving this statement here about 3 blocks from where my dedication to public service started. I was on a fall semester of my 3rd year in law school, and I was working at the Department of Justice in the Environmental Crime Section. And that fall happened to be the fall of 2001. So my office was 3 blocks, again, right down the street. During September 11th of 2001, we had to experience that as staff members with the Department of Justice. We, after the attacks on the towers in the Pentagon, we were evacuated from our office. The metro wasn't working, cabs weren't available, and me and my supervisor had to walk from our office to the 14th Street Bridge to try to get back to Alexandria, where we both lived. They wouldn't let us cross the bridge. There's police officers there that wouldn't let us walk on foot across the bridge. And so people were literally driving up and picking up people to various towns in Alexandria and Annandale and things like that. And that experience then shaped, again, the next 20 years of my life, which has been dedicated to public service. After my 2nd year in law school, I was accepted into the Air Force Judge Advocate Corps, and knew that after that our nation would be preparing for war. I entered in 2003. In April of 2003, I entered the Air Force as a military JAG, Judge Advocate General, as an attorney. And my career as public service ended exactly 4 weeks ago today. With not only me, but 6 of my colleagues who were doing the same job that I was doing. But I was in the Air Force for 6.5 years. I held positions as a prosecutor, defense counsel, and senior trial counsel. After that, I joined the Department of Homeland Security and represented the government in removal hearings before the immigration courts. While I was with the Department of Homeland Security for those 6 years, I served 2 terms as a Special Assistant United States Attorney in Las Vegas and in Dallas, Texas. While in Dallas, Texas, I worked on a very involved H-1B visa fraud, and I did various other immigration-related prosecutions in both of those 2 positions. I then had the opportunity to join the U.S. Attorney's Office back in the District of Nevada. I spent about 4 years in that role. I prosecuted a variety of violent federally charged felonies, and to include fentanyl death cases, as well as gun cases, organized crime, white-collar crime, immigration-related offenses. I then joined the Federal Public Defender's Office for the District of Nevada and spent 2 years defending people that were charged with federal offenses. Then, based on this experience, I believe I was hired by the Department of Justice, the Executive Office of Immigration Review, to become an assistant chief immigration judge. And this position is a supervisory judge position. I not only had a docket where I heard cases before the immigration court, but I supervised a staff, I supervised the immigration judges, the attorney advisors that worked with us, and the rest of the staff at these courts. I initially was with the Buffalo Immigration Court, but within a month I was assigned to the Batavia Immigration Court, and then I assumed ACIJ supervisory responsibilities over the Detroit, Ulster, and Hartford immigration courts. Again, this was 3.5 years ago when I started that position, and in a very short time I had supervisory authority over 5 immigration courts. Most recently last year, I was asked to come down to the Houston, then Smith Street, now Houston Jefferson Street Immigration Court, and supervise the expansion and the move of half the court back into a new facility. We did that expertly with the staff that we had there and the folks that I worked with. And again, had a docket there and still supervised 4 other courts at that time. Again, that all ended 4 weeks ago when on Friday afternoon I received an email from the acting director of DOIR that indicated that I had been terminated. No cause was given, no notice, no justification for the termination other than it was my continued employment was not in the best interests of the agency. Not only me, but there were 6 of my colleagues who had very similar roles as ACIJs throughout the courts that were also terminated with no notice, no justification, and no validation on that day. We are all professionals that adhere to the rule of law. We followed the policies that were put in place by our superior officers and superior supervisors, and our positions were that we are there to support all of the staff and to ensure that the immigration cases that came before our courts were heard expeditiously, fairly, and due process was protected for those people that came before the courts.
Can you guys hear this, white liberal?
The only reason that I'm here is to just demonstrate that when people are removed unfairly, unlawfully, there is an impact. It's an impact on me, it's an impact on my wife, it's an impact on my family, and it's an impact on the community at large. And this is even more shocking to me, again, as a 20-year public servant, that I was a disabled veteran. And the protections for disabled veterans were also not followed in my case. I never imagined in a minute that I'd be up here talking about my termination and removal unexpectedly from federal service after dedicating 20 years and more.
All right, as you see there, we were just listening to former federal employees, including this federal judge, responding to President Trump's Department of Justice speech that he gave a bit earlier today. This charge was led by the Democratic Senator Raskin as well. Did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox, but as you can see there on your screen, we're monitoring several live events right now. So I want to show you this as well right here. This is a live look now at the Senate floor. This is just moments after they decide to pass and get past that roadblock so that way they're able to vote on the CR bill later this afternoon into the evening hours. So again, that test vote did pass, and so they needed that vote to be at least 60 in favor. 62 voted in favor for that vote. So we'll bring you the vote happens when it happens live, but in the meantime, our eyes are still on this government shutdown clock. If for some reason the bill is not passed, the government will shut down in just about 6 hours. Again, that's not the expectation at this point, as that hurdle, that test vote, did pass with the amount that it needed as well. So we're keeping an eye on this clock here on your screen, but also have some amazing visuals as the countdown also continues to the SpaceX launch. As you can see there on your screen, a live view of them getting ready. Again, this launch is set to happen at 7:03 p.m. Eastern time. We'll bring that to you when it happens, but until then, we'll keep our close eye there on this countdown clock as well. As you can see, just about an hour until liftoff. And again, we'll be tracking this closely here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for our final 2-minute break. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we want to continue on with some of these live feeds and vantage points that we're getting into our newsroom. I want to put this up on your screen right now. As you can see there, we're seeing now, again, President Trump arriving at Joint Base Andrews. He is set to get off of Marine One and then head on to Air Force One, where he's expected to head towards Palm Beach and Mar-a-Lago this weekend. Of course, this all comes after President Trump today. We heard from him as he made his first visit to the Department of Justice, where he made a nearly hour-long speech talking about several different things. Of course, talking about that case that the Department of Justice had on him back during the Biden administration. He also took the time to talk about the things in the direction that he feels the Department of Justice should be going while underneath this new administration. He talked a lot about fentanyl, as well as his Attorney General, Bondi. She also spoke about that and made remarks on how it's harming those here in the United States as well. So a live look now as President Trump is arriving there at Joint Base Andrews, getting ready to step off as we see there on your screen. So again, we heard from the president just a bit earlier today, talking about some of his grievances he had with the past Department of Justice, saying that they spied on his campaign, launched a hoax and disinformation operation one after another. They say they broke the law, persecuted his family, staff, and supporters, as well as mentioning that they raided his home, Mar-a-Lago, where he's supposed to be headed this weekend. He also said that they did everything in their power to prevent him from becoming president of the United States once again. But again, President Trump there getting ready to board the board as well. Let's go ahead and switch views as well. We have another shot of him as he's seemingly walking up to reporters. Let's try to listen in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. We've had some pretty good news coming out of Russia. We're hearing good things. Who knows? But we're hearing good things. They're in a very strong position militarily with quite a few Ukrainian soldiers, but hopefully nothing will happen with that. I've asked them not to let anything happen, and I hope that nothing happens. But I feel that Russia is going to make a deal with us, I hope. We've spoken with President Putin. We've spoken with a lot of people. And Ukraine is waiting. I'm very concerned about the field. In the field, there's a very vulnerable group of Ukrainian soldiers right now that are actually surrounded. And that's not good, because we don't want them to die. Enough people have died. So we'll see what happens with regard to all of it. But I'm getting, from the standpoint about a ceasefire and ultimately a deal, some pretty good vibes coming out of Russia. Any questions?
Mr. President, what do you think about the Senate vote on the CR?
What was the vote?
They just voted to advance it.
What?
They just voted to advance it.
Good. That's good. I mean, I was told that that was what was going to happen. Very good. And I appreciate Senator's humor, and I think he did the right thing. Really, I'm very impressed by that.
Mr. President, walk us through the tariffs. Mr. President, obviously you're concerned. You're concerned about the situation in Gaza. What are the hopes now to get the hostages back?
She just became a big story tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that? What?
In Gaza, sir, the situation, what is your hope now for a hostage release?
Well, I hope that it all works out. You're talking about Israel, though, right? We're very much into negotiations with regard to the hostages in Israel, and we're going to have to see what happens. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll work out. A very complex situation. There's tremendous hatred at levels that nobody's ever seen before, yeah?
Mr. President, walk us through the tariffs and why it will be financially beneficial for America. We know the Australians will not do reciprocal tariffs, but can you walk us through this whole process and how it will bring wealth back to the United States?
Well, it's going to bring tremendous wealth back. And it was tariffs used in reverse that really brought our country to a position that we don't ever want to be in again.
And when somebody is treating us badly, we're going to put tariffs on. They're going to be very fair. They're going to be fair and reciprocal. And our country is going to come back very, very strong. I think our country is going to come roaring back. The tariffs are a big deal. And frankly, that's how China does it. And that's how a lot of other people do it. And we do it better than them, but we never had a president that knew how to do it. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, sir.
All right, as you see there, we were listening in as President Trump decided to speak to reporters and answer questions ahead of his flight as he's expected to go down to Florida. And if you could see there in the background of that shot, we also saw Elon Musk there as well. Of course, he heads up the Department of Government Efficiency, also known as DOJ. A very close right-hand man to President Trump during this administration as he executes, as what President Trump says, to cut out some of the bloating within the federal government. So we're getting, again, some views there of President Trump entering Air Force One, and there he is, Elon Musk, alongside what appears to be his child there, waving at reporters as well, boarding the flight, heading to Florida and leaving Joint Base Andrews. And again, as we were listening into President Trump answer some of those questions, he touched on several different topics in that very brief, again, question and answer session. He talked about tariffs and reciprocal tariffs, several other countries as well that are known to do them. Of course, talking about China within that as well. He talked about the CR vote as well. As we know, the government was set to shut down, and there still is a looming vote, but the test vote went well. So you can see our camera view is getting a little bit crazy there, so we'll switch to this more steady shot that we have there, again, of Joint Base Andrews and Air Force One. So also, he said the CR vote was, quote, very good. He said that this is what he was told that was going to be expected from that test vote. So again, when the vote happens, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. And lastly, President Trump also answered a few questions about Israel and Hamas and the ceasefire deal, as well as some of those hostages being released. So, of course, all of the major topics President Trump did take a few minutes to touch on as he is getting ready to depart Joint Base Andrews. And as you can see there, they are now pulling the steps away as Air Force One is getting ready to take off there. He's supposed to be headed towards Mar-a-Lago. Of course, this all happened after earlier today he made his speech there in the Department of Justice. This was a long-awaited speech that's happened. So a lot of headlines still continuing to follow them here on Live Now from Fox, leaving you with this bit of a view that we have of Air Force One. But again, other things are happening as well on Capitol Hill. I want to show you another look that we have of our shutdown clock as we're getting closer. We are now within 6 hours for that deadline for Congress to vote and pass a continuing resolution to keep the government open. So we'll continue to monitor that. And right now, we're also seeing the Senate floor very active at this point. I want to show you, again, we've been hearing as they've been making several remarks throughout the day, of course, the votes passing, and also listening into other amendments as well that are being brought up there. We did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break, but on the other side, much more coverage. And we're going to be turning our eyes to the skies. If you've been with us here on Live Now from Fox, we've been covering very extensively some of these really incredible launches into space. I want to show you another look that we have there as we are waiting this Crew 10, again, mission to happen there. If you were with us earlier this week, the mission was scrubbed, but as you can see, we are now within 1 hour before liftoff for the SpaceX craft with the Crew 10 mission. So we'll bring you much more on this here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before we stepped away for that 2-minute break, we've been watching it there. We are waiting for NASA and the SpaceX crew to have this launch. I want to show you this countdown clock that we have, as well as we are within 55 minutes of that launch happening. Wanted to go ahead and show you that as we kind of listen in as well to NASA and SpaceX as they have their ongoing pre-show ahead of the launch that's scheduled for 7:03 this evening.
Maximize the important research and technology demonstrations made possible only in the International Space Station's unique microgravity environment. The space station is critical for NASA to prepare for future commercial low Earth orbit destinations and to understand and overcome the challenges of long-duration spaceflight necessary for a long-term presence on the Moon and crewed missions deeper into the solar system, including Mars. Now here's a closer look at the mission and what Crew 10 will have to look forward to during their stay aboard the International Space Station.
The Crew 10 mission is going to be a rotational mission to the International Space Station.
So we will launch aboard the SpaceX Dragon capsule and the Falcon 9 rocket.
I'm just enjoying the way towards the launch. Of course, I'm looking forward for the day of launch.
And we are going to stay there about a half a year.
So the first goal of Crew 10 is to continue learning about the Dragon and the Falcon 9 rocket that we're going to be flying on to enable SpaceX to continue their development of rockets and even private astronaut missions in the future. The other mission is to get us safely to the International Space Station so that we can crew this incredible national orbiting laboratory that we have and continue the science experiments that we have ongoing there.
One of the unique characteristics of the International Space Station is microgravity.
We get to learn how humans and plants and other types of hardware react in the space environment and the microgravity environment.
And it helps us to develop all kinds of new materials, medicines, and it helps us to push our knowledge forward.
The discoveries that we make on board the International Space Station then inform what we do on Earth, and it allows us to further both humankind here on Earth and get to further places in the universe.
So I've often been asked why we explore, and I think it's different for everybody.
When people are born, they naturally want to explore their environment, first as babies, and then as kids, and finally as adults. That's how we expand our world, and that's how we find something new.
Every time that we make a further step, we learn something and we learn how to adapt, and that is so important to humanity.
This is probably the main things which drives us forward and helps us to survive as a species.
There are so many unknowns in space, and as explorers and as humans, we want to find out what's in that unknown. For me, it's the fact that I get to be a small piece of figuring out what the unknown is and taking that next step to get to the Moon and to Mars and the Artemis program.
Our ultimate goal is to go to Mars, but it's not an easy journey, and when we face a new challenge, we must solve it step by step.
I think that's one of the biggest benefits of the International Space Station. We're outside of the atmosphere, and now we don't have the protection of the atmosphere. What happens, and how do we better prepare our people, our hardware, our food, our water systems for that deep space exploration? It's really important on the space station that we learn those lessons now when we're in low Earth orbit. That way we know what we need to bring with us when we go onto the Moon with the Artemis program.
One of the things that we do on the International Space Station is work with our international partners all across the world.
I think it's hard to overestimate the value of international cooperation in space exploration because we all know that it takes much time and effort.
Space is hard, it's very challenging, it's sometimes unpredictable, and that's why I think cooperation is the key to success.
The International Space Station wouldn't be international without all of our partners.
And our goal is to be a beacon of hope for all of humankind so that people can look and say, this is what we can accomplish when we work together.
T-minus 52 minutes and counting. We just pulled go for NASA and SpaceX to begin propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. A great update there to our milestones. We now have NASA's Megan Cruz live from a nearby launch viewing location here at Kennedy Space Center.
All right, we were just listening into some of that coverage there from SpaceX and NASA as they're getting ready for this joint launch. Again, it was scrubbed earlier this week, so it's a big deal that they're now scheduled to launch at 7:03 p.m. Want to show you again another look that we have there of the countdown clock, and things are heating up there on the ground. So we now want to check in with Fox 35 reporter Esther Bauer. She's there on the ground ahead of this major launch. Esther, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. What can you tell us ahead of the launch?
Absolutely. Great to be with you guys. Well, I can tell you things are looking good, much better than we saw on that Wednesday attempt. They were troubleshooting early on. We knew there was a problem with the rocket clamp at the pad. They made the call around 45 minutes or so to scrub. Today, I have no problems to tell you about. Things are proceeding beautifully. We're at 95% go and just inching closer to liftoff at 7:03. So I do have Launch Complex 39A right behind me over here, and it's just over my shoulder, and we have that Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon capsule in place with the crew on board that is just inching closer to lifting off. Crew 10's launch will pave the way for Crew 9 to come back to Earth.
Get the crew up to the space station and get Sonny and Butch home for sure.
Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore were supposed to go to space for about a week last June, but they've been at the space station for almost 10 months now after NASA said the Boeing capsule they went up in wasn't safe to bring them home.
But the real big story here of the achievements of these two people being stranded, well, so to speak, in space for 9 months.
Sonny Butch and fellow astronaut Nick Hague are now days away from coming back to Earth, and Crew 10 is on deck to spend 4 months in space.
And of course, we're ready to launch, but the most important thing is that we do both of those things safely.
Safety was a big concern on Wednesday night when officials made the call to scrub on the first launch attempt.
They're not working right. They won't let go. They won't let the rocket go up.
Rocket clamps caused enough concern to stand down. Officials investigated and ended up finding trapped air in the hydraulic system they flushed out. If Crew 10 lifts off on Friday night, they'll link up with the station on Saturday at 11:30 p.m. And we do have an instantaneous launch window tonight, meaning this rocket has to lift off right at 7:03. And that's because it's linking up with the space station, which is constantly moving in space. Now, NASA tells us the absolute earliest we could see Crew 9 leave the station, undock, and come back to Earth is next Wednesday. So we're excited and hoping we're going to see this launch take off soon.
And Esther, I want to ask you before I let you go, you were there as they scrubbed that launch earlier this week. What was the feeling there on the ground for folks who were watching? I know they were anxiously awaiting. We've been hearing the stories about Sonny and Butch up there on the International Space Station, and knowing that this is the crew that they're setting up to replace them has a lot of folks on edge and hoping for that liftoff.
Absolutely. So here at the Launch Complex press site, it sounded like a deep sigh came out from everyone on site when we did receive word that there was a scrub. But I can tell you, this duo has dealt with so many problems since they went up back last June. So I'm sure they're thinking, hey, what's another night? We've already been up here for all this time. So we here at the press site absolutely wanted to see that rocket go off. But always you think about that crew on board. You want them to get there safely. So if there is any kind of problem, the call is always to scrub. Let's figure things out, make sure the rocket is safe. So definitely sad, but things are looking much better. And I think we're inching closer to seeing the rocket go off.
All right. Again, Fox 35's Esther Bauer there on the ground with the Dragon capsule right there behind her in the background. We appreciate you for joining us here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right, we did want to bring that to you, and we're going to dip back into some of our coverage there from NASA and SpaceX as they are in their pre-show. But I want to put this up on your screen, though, first. As you can see, this is from the NASA commercial crew. A photo of all of the astronauts currently strapped in. All aboard, the Crew 10 have now boarded and completed their communication checks as well ahead of this flight. So again, this is a major deal because the two that are aboard this flight, the two Americans that are aboard this flight are Ann McClain and Nicole Ayers. They're set to launch off and replace Sonny and Butch, who have been up there on the International Space Station since last June. They were only expected to be up there for about a week. But as you can see, it's been several months, and now that replacement crew finally getting ready to head off. And as we heard there from Esther Bowers there with Fox 35, she said this is an instantaneous launch window, meaning that this rocket has to launch at 7:03 p.m. They say that they're 95% go. So we'll go ahead and continue to watch and listen in as the pre-show is still going on as we count down until the launch. Let's listen.
For both prop load and for launch. So that was the next step in the countdown that we were waiting for, and that was from the SpaceX launch director, and they were calling up to the crew to let them know that we had received that go to continue with that prop load. And then as we mentioned earlier, the Dragon launch team as well as key NASA launch members are in the Launch and Landing Control Center at SpaceX's Hangar X in Florida. And the launch director will also check in with the Dragon mission director, referred to as the MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure everyone is on the same page and everyone is ready to move forward. Again, there's a lot of teams and a lot of moving parts to getting a launch off the ground. And so leading up to the final stages of launch today, you will hear various check-ins on that process. So right now, there on your screen, you can see Crew 10. They are on board Dragon, waiting to get the green light to stow the crew arm for the launch and arm the launch escape system. And we did just hear that go, so we should start getting a good view of that access arm moving away from the spacecraft pretty soon. Now on the range side of things, the range continues to be go for launch, monitoring the clearance area surrounding our launch pad as well as the air and sea space along the flight corridor.
And as you can see in your on the left-hand corner of your screen, the weather is looking great for today's launch. Overall, weather is trending in the right direction, and we currently have less than a 5% chance of violation at our target liftoff time today, which is great. Our teams will continue to keep an eye on the weather, but we'll have a final pre-fueling weather briefing in about 20 seconds from now at the T-minus 45-minute mark. Now, weather is forecasted to be excellent on the Space Coast heading into today's launch opportunity. And again, the current forecast is greater than 95% chance of acceptable conditions at launch. Now, weather along the Atlantic
T-minus
coast.
45 minutes. Both control rooms go into lockdown and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and the approval board in the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed in the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement. Crew X arm retraction starting.
And that was the launch director performing a briefing with the crew. Sounds like everything is go for launch, and we're going to start seeing that crew access arm moving away from the vehicle here shortly.
We should also see propellant load getting underway in just a few minutes as well. Again, our teams are staffed around the clock in Mission Control here in Hawthorne, Mission Control in Houston, as well as the Launch Control Center to monitor Dragon throughout its entire mission from liftoff all the way to Crew 10's arrival at the space station and then on its return home to Earth. And there you're seeing some great shots of the crew access arm pulling away from Dragon. Clear skies as far as the eye can see. Perfect weather for today's launch.
Getting exciting over here. Yeah, weather looks amazing over there at pad 39A. You can see that crew access arm still moving. It'll move all the way to that 90 degrees away from the vehicle.
Crew access arm retraction complete.
And there we just heard confirmation that the crew access arm has been fully retracted. That process is now complete. Again, the next step in our process leading up to today's launch at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific will be the propellant loading, and that should be getting underway here shortly. In the meantime, let's go ahead and check back in with Daryl at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
All right, thank you very much, ladies. Back here with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir as we orbit the launch pad, Launch Complex 39A here at the Kennedy Space Center, going in circles on Pi Day. Seems fitting, Jessica.
Absolutely, it does. This is the day for it.
We've got a few milestones coming up here in the next few minutes. We're going to close our visors at T-minus 39 minutes. And then start the process of getting that launch escape system armed. As we just saw, the crew access arm has moved away, so if there were to be an emergency, going through the crew access arm is one option up until the point in which the launch escape system is armed, and then it's off the top of the rocket.
Yeah, that's right. That launch escape arm could actually swing back in just about 30 seconds, and during that time, the crew would actually be unbuckling their seatbelts and getting ready to egress, so that timing would work out.
I just closed, arming the launch escape system.
Copy, Dragon. You are go for 6.6 arm launch escape.
Running these milestones early at this point, which is a good thing.
All right, as you see there, we've just been listening in to NASA and SpaceX as they're getting ready for this Crew 10 launch that's scheduled for 7:03 p.m. Eastern Time. It's just about 40 minutes away. So we're going to be sticking with this here on Live Now from Fox, but we do have to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we'll rejoin this coverage. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans, and I told you we were monitoring several live events, and we now know that has now happened there on the Senate floor. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised, we're continuing to monitor this breaking news that is now coming out. The Senate has officially passed the funding bill averting a government shutdown. We'll also put up this tweet that we have from Fox's Chad Pergram saying, government shutdown averted. Senate aligns with House 54-46. Two Democrat yeas, Shaheen and King, who caucuses with Dems. Fetterman is a no, though, on that final passage. We do have a shot there of the Senate floor. Let's see if we can listen in and hear as if they are having any discussions.
Yes, it is.
All right, as you see there, these are some of those moments there on the Senate floor. As again, they have now passed that funding bill, officially averting that government shutdown. It passed 54-46. The number that they needed was 51. I want to pull up this tweet that we have from Fox's Ryan Schmelz as well, saying that Schumer and Fetterman did ultimately vote no on that final passage of the CR. Shaheen, the Democrat, and King, an independent, voted yes. Rand Paul, though, was the lone Republican no. But we knew that was going to happen from those remarks that we heard a bit earlier from Rand Paul saying that he's going to be voting no on that. But the Senate officially passing the 6-month spending bill hours before the government was officially set to shut down. This did overcome some pretty sharp Democratic opposition to the measure, sending it now to President Trump to be signed into law. So we're still getting this live look there at the Senate floor, but also hearing from some of those senators. So as we brought it to you live on air earlier today, my colleague Austin Westfall and I were here as they had that test vote. And U.S. Senator John Fetterman, he was one of those who voted yes during that test vote. So this is his response that he put out on X to explain for some of those who are, of course, in his district or voters for him, wondering why the Democrat decided to vote yes. He says, my yes vote is not an endorsement of this deeply flawed CR. My yes vote is 100% about refusing to shut our government down. I refuse to punish working families and plunge millions of Americans into chaos. I will never, ever, 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 ever vote to shut down our government. And again, another live look that we have there of the Senate floor as this business is wrapping up. And we also saw and heard from some of those speakers right as this vote went to that. Let's go ahead and see if we can listen in to some of those remarks that happened just a few minutes ago there on the Senate floor.
S1077, a bill to approve local funds for the District of Columbia for fiscal year 2025 and so forth.
President. There will now be up to 10 minutes of debate, equally divided. The senator from Maine is recognized.
Thank you. Madam President, I'm pleased to introduce this bill with Senators Van Hollen, Murray, Alsobrooks, Warner, and Kane. It has been endorsed by President Trump and also by the chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, Tom Cole. This bill would simply fix a mistake in... Madam President, could I have order, please? Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this bill would simply fix a mistake in the House CR that prevents the District of Columbia from spending its own tax dollars as part of its budget, which Congress routinely approves. Congress approves the authorization of the expenditure of D.C. local funds, which are paid for by DC tax revenues. The first CR that we enacted last year included language to approve the DC's FY25 budget, and that language was continued in the second CR. However, the House did not extend this anomaly in the year-long CR. As a result, unless this bill is passed, DC would have to operate under its fiscal year 24 budget for the remainder of 25, potentially requiring $1.1 billion in local spending cuts. Reducing DC's local funding expenditures will not result in a dollar of federal savings. Since October 1st of 2024, the district has been operating under and spending at its approved level for the fiscal year 25 budget. According to the CBO, this bill does not have any budgetary costs to the federal government. There are no federal dollars involved. The issue here is just allowing the DC government to proceed to spend its own tax revenues. Accordingly, I urge all of my colleagues to support this measure to correct a true inequity. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I want to thank
Maryland.
I want to thank Senator Collins for working on an emergency basis to fix this problem in the House bill. She said it well, so I only want to emphasize 2 points. One, what the House did does not save the federal taxpayer 1 penny, not 1 penny. What it does is cap what the District of Columbia can spend using its own money and based on its own decisions. So taxpayers are not saved a dime by what they did, nor will they gain by our fix. And the people of the District of Columbia should be able to make these decisions. And if they're having to make a budget with $1 billion less, it will mean less police forces, less firefighters, and less money for schools. So I want to thank the senator from Maine for working with us on this, and pleased to be joined by my colleagues from Virginia and Maryland, Senator Warner, Senator Alsterbrooks, and Senator Kaine. We urge its adoption unanimously.
Virginia.
Madam President, I also want to thank my dear friend from Maine. She's moving back up much higher on all of our lists for being willing to step up and help correct this. You know, we all want, as the president wants our nation's capital to be the safest, cleanest, most welcoming city. DC gets 26 million tourists every year. In 2026, when we're going to celebrate 250 years, we want to show off DC and the whole region. If we allowed this mistake to take place, DC will lay off cops, it'll close schools, it'll shut down on trash removal. For those of us in the region who use Metro, dramatic cutbacks. Let's correct this mistake. Let's make sure that we show on our 250th anniversary the cleanest, safest city in America, and this will be a giant step for that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
I, too, want to thank Senator Collins, Van Hollen, Warner, and Kaine, and I'm glad that we could work together in this bipartisan way to ensure fairness for the residents of Washington, D.C. I rise today to speak for the over 700,000 D.C. residents who do not have representation in this body. They are our friends and our neighbors. Beyond those who work in D.C., Maryland partners with D.C. on resources like emergency services, police, water, and more. And this bipartisan standalone bill ensures that D.C. tax dollars stay in D.C. Again, these funds that have been cut are tax dollars that have literally already been paid by D.C. residents. And all this bill does is to continue to ensure that D.C. receives what it is owed. So I urged all of my colleagues today to join me in voting yes. Thank you.
Senator from Virginia.
Madam President, I thank
I can make it fast or slow. I'm joining all these colleagues to advocate for this bill. 1/3 of the Virginia population is residents of the D.C. metro area and enjoy this capital, and 150,000 Virginians come to work in D.C. every day, and they want D.C. police and services to be well-funded. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the bill is considered read a third time. The question occurs on passage of the bill. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
Way to go, Susan.
All right, as you see there, wanted to bring you just a few moments there in the moments after it was official that the Senate passed the funding bill averting a government shutdown.
Nomination, Department of Defense, John Phelan of Florida to be Secretary of the Navy.
And that vote did happen where, as you can see, the shutdown was averted with a vote of 54 to 46. So it is important to note that the Senate voted mostly along party lines. This is to pass that Republican drafted bill to fund the government through September of this year, avoiding a government shutdown only a few hours, though, before the funding was set to lapse. So we do know that President Trump as well is expected to sign that bill into law. He spoke with reporters as he was there at Joint Base Andrews just about an hour or so ago as he got word and news of that test vote that was successful as well in the Senate, saying that this was what he expected. Again, President Trump is expected, though, also to formally sign that bill into law. So the two members of the Democratic caucuses that did vote for the bill are Senators Jeanine Shaheen, who is retiring there. She's the Democrat from New Hampshire at the end of her current term, as well as Angus King, who's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. On the other side of the aisle, Senator Rand Paul, the Republican from Kentucky, voted no. So we do know that this passage of the bill means that lawmakers won't battle over funding the government again until the fall of this year. This sort of clears the way, though, for Republicans to now focus on enacting many parts of President Trump's agenda, such as for funding border security, as well as extending the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. This was not an easy vote, to say the least. The spending did narrowly pass the House on Tuesday by a vote of 217 to 213, with only one Democrat voting for it. Did want to bring that to you here on LiveNOW from Fox as we're still continuing to see this live view there of the Senate floor. All of those senators around still voting and making sure that they are doing the remainder of what they have to focus on for today's agenda. Again, wanted to bring that to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for our final 2-minute break of the hour, because on the other side, we're going to be continuing with some of our coverage of this space launch. We do know that SpaceX and Crew 10 are about to blast off, as you can see there on the countdown timer, just about 21 minutes. So let's take this 2-minute break so we're able to stay with the launch time. Thanks for staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. As promised before that 2-minute break, our eyes are now going to be turning to the skies as we can see the smoke now coming off of that Falcon 9 rocket. So we're just minutes away now from the SpaceX Crew 10 launch that's expected to happen at 7:03 p.m. Eastern time. So we do know that this trip to the International Space Station is major because those NASA astronauts Anne McClain alongside Nicole Ayers are heading up to the International Space Station, and they're going to be replacing Sonny and Butch. We do know that the two astronauts have been in space since last June. They were expected to only be up there for about 7 days, but that trip has turned into several months. So let's now check back in with NASA and SpaceX as their broadcast. The pre-show of this large launch is happening. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
Rocket developed and manufactured by SpaceX, known for its safe, reliable, and cost-effective access to space. It's also the first orbital-class rocket capable of reflight. And sitting at the top of Falcon 9, Dragon and its trunk stand over 26 feet tall. There are 2 windows on the spacecraft, plus one underneath the nose cone. The nose cone opens shortly after launch to expose the forward bulkhead thrusters and docking mechanism that will connect with the space station. Dragon's trunk holds solar cells, which power Dragon while it's in free flight, and the trunk can also carry unpressurized cargo. The Dragon has played a significant role in advancing our future in space by safely transporting crew to and from the space station. There are currently 4 Dragon spacecraft supporting human spaceflight missions that have docked to the station. There you can see them on your screen. That is Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and Freedom. Now, designed to be the safest spacecraft ever flown, Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond.
And Dragon has 16 Draco thrusters that can be used in space to help navigate the spacecraft to its destination, each providing 90 pounds of force. That doesn't include the 8 Super Draco thrusters used for an abort, which are no longer active once the crew is in orbit. Dragon has flown 49 times with 15 human spaceflight missions since 2020, when Dragon became the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station. In that time, Dragon has flown over 1,000 experiments to space and 56 crew members representing 14 different countries.
Dragon has proven to be a versatile spacecraft. It can autonomously dock to the space station when outfitted with the International Space Station docking adapter, as it is for today's flight. When it's not going to the space station and in free flyer mode, the docking adapter can be swapped out for a cupola. Another option that we have is the Skywalker hardware, which supports extravehicular activities as the crew used during the Polaris Dawn mission. Now, continuing down the vehicle, we do have the second stage. The second stage is powered by a single Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC engine, which is optimized to perform in the vacuum of space. After stage separation, the MVAC will ignite and carry Dragon to its target orbit. Now, the Falcon 9's first and second stages are connected by the black inner stage, which houses the MVAC engine and the system that decouples the 2 stages during stage separation. And below that is the first stage.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
Good call out. Stage 2 LOX loading has begun. Below that is the first stage, which is powered by 9 Merlin engines. These 9 Merlin engines provide the initial thrust to lift.
Dragon SpaceX reporting that we continue to track no issues with Dragon or Falcon proceeding to launch.
SpaceX Dragon, copy.
Great news, just calling out that we're tracking no issues. These 9 Merlin engines provide the initial thrust to lift Falcon 9 off of the ground through the lower, thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, each of these Merlin 1D engines delivers about 190,000 pounds of thrust at sea level, which gives Falcon 9 a combined 1.7 million pounds of thrust.
And after stage separation, stage 1 will return to Earth for recovery and reuse on a future mission using a combination of the Merlin sea level engines and the 4 titanium grid fins located near the top of the booster, which will guide it during its re-entry and landing. The Falcon 9 first stage is also equipped with 4 landing legs that deploy and allow for vertical landing on a drone ship or landing pad. Now, today we will be attempting to return the booster to land at landing zone 1. The second stage will power Dragon into its initial low Earth orbit before separating, leaving Dragon to continue its journey to the space station using its own thrusters. About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin, exposing the guidance navigation controls that help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station. With T0 coming up in just under 15 minutes, our teams are doing a series of system checks to ensure Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready to go.
And we are still looking good for an on-time launch today. Both Dragon and Falcon 9 continue to be healthy. As we continue to listen and watch the countdown, our teams are preparing the vehicle for flight. Propellant loading of both RP-1 and liquid oxygen began at T-minus 35 minutes. And we also heard the call a few minutes ago that the launch escape system is armed. The launch escape system is designed to propel Dragon away from Falcon 9 in the event of an emergency during launch. Now, the range, which is monitoring the keep-out zones among other key flight requirements, also continues to report no issues, and they are go to support today's launch.
And weather also continues to look good. You can see it there on your screen, clear skies, and we are still tracking a roughly less than 5% chance of violation at our target liftoff time of 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. And as you heard earlier, we're continuing to be optimistic that we're going to maintain these good conditions into launch. And as a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch window driven by our planned rendezvous point, the point at which Dragon and station will meet in orbit. The station is orbiting the Earth at more than 17,000 miles per hour, and Dragon needs to catch up. That means we have to deliver Dragon to the correct orbit by timing its trajectory relative to the orbiting laboratory so that they are in the same place in orbit at the same time. So precise liftoff time is crucial for hitting that rendezvous point. And at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we would have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity, which is Saturday, March 15th at 6:41 p.m. Eastern, 3:41 p.m. Pacific. But again, everything and all the systems continue to be go. And for now, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to Gary at the Johnson Space Center for a quick status update from Houston.
Hey, thank you, Anna. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, teams continue to work around the clock to monitor activities aboard the orbital outpost. Leading the teams inside the room is Flight Director T.J. Creamer. The team in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will track the autonomous docking of Dragon Endurance when they enter joint operations. This will happen when the spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid, the invisible boundary stretching 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers that helps us monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft, is essentially the neighborhood of the space station. Once docked, crew members in both Dragon and aboard the station will perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the spacecraft's hatch for Crew 10 to float into the station and begin their stay. We anticipate that the hatch will be opened about an hour and a half after the docking. When they enter the orbital outpost, Crew 10 will be greeted by the rest of their Expedition 72 crew and will come together for opening remarks. That's all from us here in Mission Control as the anticipation continues to build for launch in under 20 minutes. How's it looking on the Space Coast, Daryl?
We're looking great, Gary. Looking fantastic. We've got fantastic weather, 95% go. You see the beautiful shot outside of the pad there, the rocket and the spacecraft. When it launches today, the crew aboard the ISS, the destination for today's launch, will be about 260 miles over top of the west coast of Australia. So too far to see the launch. It's nice to see a rocket go off when you're on the ISS, but unfortunately it won't be the case this time.
Oh, yeah. It is a wonderful thing to see when your crewmates are heading towards you. I remember a photograph that Christina Cook took of my Soyuz approaching the station, and one of these incredible opportunities that you could see the outline of the trajectory of the Soyuz as it approached, and it's such a beautiful image. It's a shame they won't be able to see it, but they will be so excited to have their crewmates come on board.
And we're about to hear from the crew here before launch. We'll hear from them after launch. It'll be special. They have some important things to say.
Oh, absolutely. I am very excited to hear these final thoughts coming from the entire crew right before launch.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll send it back to SpaceX in Hawthorne, California.
Thanks, Daryl. Our next major milestone on the countdown event will be around the T-minus 10-minute mark, which is just in about 5 seconds, when Falcon 9 launch commit criteria get checked by computers.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, displays are configured for launch. And with that, this is the pilot, Nicole Ayers, and on behalf of Crew 10, we'd like to say that today we celebrate the countless individuals all over the world that have made this journey possible. To the engineers, instructors, flight controllers, scientists, and leaders who worked tirelessly to get us here, thank you for your dedication to the safety and success of this mission. And a special thank you to our friends and families for your unwavering love and support. This mission is a testament of what humans can achieve when we work together. Go Crew 10!
Such great words from the crew. Again, and some cheering going on. You can see that on your screen.
SpaceX copies. And from the entire SpaceX team here, it's been a pleasure working together to prepare for this mission. And from all of us, good luck, Godspeed, go Crew 10, and enjoy the ride.